So yesterday we were discussing the budget of 2023-24. Let's quickly cover the remaining part of 23-24 budget. Okay. So yesterday we were dealing till the priority 3, Saptarishi 3. So let's move on to Saptarishi 4, that is unleashing the potential. Under this, what are the things that are covered? Right. In order to unleash the potential, right, one of the programs undertaken is a national data governance policy. Right. We know that how important data is. This is important from science and technology part. Right. Data is called as the new oil. Right. Today, the future will be data based. Right. To manage this data properly, to protect the privacy of the people, a new data policy bill, a data governance policy will be brought by the government. Right. And a data management office called India Data Management Office will be started to ensure that the data are protected, anonymity in the data is protected, etc. And the privacy of the people are protected. Right. And another thing is Entity DigiLocker scheme, a new scheme called Entity DigiLocker. DigiLocker is something where we can keep our documents, etc. in a virtual form. Isn't it? So this Entity DigiLocker, this will be set up to be used by MSMEs, large business and charitable trusts. Right. Big companies, MSMEs and charitable trusts can keep their data, etc. in the Entity DigiLocker, and they can share it with anybody securely. Right. So Entity DigiLocker is not available for individuals. It is not available for individuals, but for large companies, MSMEs and other charitable trusts, etc. Right. Now, another important scheme to introduced in this year's budget with regarding to enhancing our potential is the Centers of Excellence for AI. What is AI? Artificial intelligence, right? So as we know, artificial intelligence is the future, right? So with the tagline of "Make AI in India" and "Make AI work for India," right? The government has been is giving importance to AI in India, right? And in order to improve AI, right, research and development and other things related to AI, 3 centers of excellence will be set up for artificial intelligence. Right. Center of excellences are those which will give importance for research and development and studying about the AI. Where this will be set up, that has not been decided yet, but 3 centers of excellence will be set up. Right. Now this is important. A new program called PM Vishwakarma Kaushal Samman or PM Vikas has been started. Right. In this PM Vishwakarma Kaushal Samman, this is the first ever program, right, for given specifically for artisans. This assistance scheme, first ever, see, there were schemes which used to target artisans, but in a bigger scheme, artisans were one of the subsets, but this is a scheme specifically for them, right? Artisans we know, right? So now under this scheme, it's a very broad scheme, right, which will cover a lot of things, like it will provide financial support, skill training, right, provide knowledge about digital techniques and efficient other green techniques of preparing their digital techniques for artisans. For example, using of 3D printing, 4D printing, etc. Will that help the artisans? Right. Now, brand promotion. This scheme will also give importance to promote, teach artisans how to promote their brand. Right. Linkage with local and global markets, digital payments, how to use digital payments like UPI, etc. Right. And it will provide social security also. This is a very broad scheme which will cover a lot of things here. Right. So we have to give importance to. Now, that is about priority 4. Right. Next come to priority 5, that is green growth. Yesterday we have discussed about green GDP, isn't it? So, ensuring that growth and environment go hand in hand is very important. Sustainable economic growth, right? What do you mean by sustainable economic growth? Have you heard about this word? See, sustainable growth is nothing but meeting our demand, our needs without compromising the, capability of future generation to meet theirs. That is, utilizing the resources in such a way that we do not consume all of it. Right, or completely, extinguish all of it, right? So, to ensure sustainable growth, This is very important. Green growth, right? And priority 5 is the green growth. Under this, a new mission called Life Mission, Life or Lifestyle for Environment, right? So, see here, the government will try to, make people lead a lifestyle which is, in hand with the environment, which goes well with the environmental protection also. So, this will help us achieve net zero carbon emission by 2070. Indian government has a plan to achieve zero carbon by 2070. Do you know this? Now, see, this will be a geography question. What is net zero? Net zero carbon emission. What do you mean by that? So that means the carbon that we emit and the carbon dioxide that we sequesterize are same. There is nothing additional, isn't it? So, this life mission will make people move towards more environmental lifestyle, right? So then there is this is not a new scheme. Gobar Dhan scheme. This is not new. Gobar Dhan scheme. Yeah, Gobar Dhan scheme was started in 2018 only, right? But under this Gobar Dhan scheme, 500 new waste to wealth plants will be set up, right? Have you heard about Kasadinda Rasa? Waste to wealth, where wet waste etc. will be used to produce energy etc. Right? So Gobar Dhan scheme was started in 2018 itself. So here, in Gobar Dhan scheme, what used to happen is an organic waste will be used for production of biogas etc. Right? Not a new scheme, but 500 new waste to wealth. This thing will be set up. So, can we link it with geography and environment? Environment specifically, isn't it? Right. Next, PM Pranam, another environmental related scheme. The full form of this is Pradhan Mantri Program for Restoration, Awareness, Nourishment and Amelioration of Mother Earth. Right. Under PM Pranam, right, central government will give incentives to states which promote use of organic fertilizers and which promote use of less chemical fertilizers, right? So central government will incentivize those states, right? So that is PM Pranam. See, government has taken many steps to push our farmers, to nudge our farmers towards using less chemical fertilizers, yes, organic fertilizers or other alternative fertilizers, right? Then Green Credit Program, again a very important program with related to environment, that is Green Credit Program, right? This Credit Program will be started under the Environmental Protection Act of 1986. This is important. Heard about this? Right. And under this, see, credit or loan will be given, right, depending on the behavioral change. That means, what do you mean by behavioral change? Right, people who behave in a good way with regard to environment, who have a more positive attitude towards environmental protection, such kind of individuals, companies, local bodies will be given loans under this Green Credit Program. This will lead to behavioral change in people, right? Next is Amrit Dharohar, again very important, right? Amrit Dharohar scheme is for proper utilization of wetlands. This is important because, see, wetlands is in news. Ramsar Convention, adding of 11 wetlands sites to India's Ramsar Convention. How many wetlands do we have in Ramsar Convention? 75. 11 has been added last year, isn't it? So, to protect these wetlands are a very important type of ecosystems, isn't it? So, Amrit Dharohar, they might ask a question on this, right? So, and then Mishti. Right, Mishti is for the protection of mangroves. Right, again for the protection of mangroves. Right, so see, it's easy for you to remember. Mangroves, is mainly found in West Bengal and Bangladesh, isn't it? So Mishti is a Bengali word, is it not? Yeah. So Bengali word Mishti means sweet in Bengali, right? So it is for the protection of mangroves. So again, we can link it with environment and ecology, right? So that is MISTI. Now, yes, another new scheme called Bharatiya Prakrit Kheti Bio Input Resource Centers. What do you mean by Prakritik Kheti? Traditional agriculture, right? So see, under this program, over the next 3 years, 10,000 bio input resource centers will be set up, right? This bio input resources will help 1 crore farmers to adopt to natural farming, right? So again, the concept of natural farming or organic farming is important here, right? So that is this, right? So these are some of the important steps taken in green growth, right? So quite a few importance, a lot of importance has been given for green growth in this year's budget, right? Next is priority 6, youth power. So under this, utility malls, a new scheme of utility malls has been started. That means, see, state governments are asked to build utility malls in state capitals or in prominent, important cities of that state, right? In this utility malls, right, the important products of that state, such as, the geographical indication goods of that state, right? And have you heard about one district, one product scheme, right? Products of those will be, marketed and sold in this kind of utility malls, right? Important handicrafts of it, of that state, etc. So this leads to more, business or more, opportunities for the youth of that state, etc. Right? So this is about utility mall, right? Next, National Apprenticeship Program, right? Under this, right, youth, 47 lakh youth will be given stipend in the next 3 years, right? So this stipend will be given directly through direct benefit transfer. See, the reason for this program is that, a lot of youth, after their education or something, they stop following their dreams because of the financial need, right? And then they start working just to, have a livelihood, right? So because of this, people do not follow their dreams, and, to achieve our, demographic dividend, it is very important to ensure that, young people, follow their dreams, to give them a little bit of breathing space, right? Stipend will be given by the government for next 3 years, right? So that is apprenticeship program. Then another new program called I Got Karma Yogi, right? Under this I Got Karma Yogi, government employees, right, will be given, skill development training. This is an online platform to provide skill development, skilling, reskilling and upskilling of government employees to make them more people-centric. Today we know that, government employees are not very people-friendly, isn't it? So this is an online platform to make sure that, they are very well skilled and they are people-centric, right? This is about, priority sector 6, and then priority sector 7, that is financial sector, right? So, in order to improve the financial sector, right, National Financial Information Registry will be started. So, under this, right, all the financial data of the people will be protected, right? So, and one more thing here is important, Mahila Samman Bachat Patra, important, right? A new national saving certificate, small saving certificate called Mahila Samman Bachat Patra, right? So this will lead to women empowerment also. See, this is a one-time small saving scheme, right? So this will be started in 2023 and this will go on till 2025. So this scheme is for 2 years, right? Under this, right, 2 lakh, up to 2 lakh rupees can be deposited in the name of girl. So girl will be the nominee. When this scheme matures, who gets the money? The person, the girl or the women, right? So, and it is for 2 years, and interest rate of 7.5% will be given on this, right? And there is no tax benefit. There is no tax benefit given on this Mahila Samman Bachat Patra, right? So this will lead to women empowerment, right? So these are the 7 priorities or saptarishis or important aspects in that. Okay, so now let us come to the tax reforms, right? In this year's budget, a lot of tax related reforms has been undertaken, right? So especially one of the major tax reforms is the changes made in the Income Tax Act. Not Income Tax Act, sorry. Income tax rates and income tax slabs. This is very important. Now, what do you mean by income tax in the first place? It is the tax imposed on the income of the person, and income tax is a direct tax. You all know that, right? So, why is it a direct tax? Because tax incidence and tax burden are on the same person. Is that right? Right. But in indirect taxes, tax incidence and tax burden are on different people, right? So, a lot of changes has been made in the income tax, right? See, income tax changes has been made in income tax slabs as well as income tax rates. See, let us see the old income tax, this thing, right? Old. Now, this was still, this was in existence till this year, right? So, see, before there were 7 slabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 slabs. Right. So, the slabs were 7. Slabs means this, the income range. Right. So, the rates were like this. Right. Up to 2.5 lakh rupees income tax exemption. Right. 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh rupees, 5% of tax was imposed. Right. 5 lakh to 7.5 lakh, 10% was imposed. 7.5 lakh to 10 lakh, 15% was imposed. 10 lakh to 12.5 lakh, 20% was imposed. 12.5 to 15 lakhs, 25% was imposed. And above 15 lakh, 30% was imposed. This was the old rates. But there has been changes made. Right. Now, there has been a reduction in slab. Right now, we have 6 slabs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 income tax slabs, and there has been changes made in the tax percentage also, percentage and rates. Now see, exemption will be given up to 3 lakh rupees. Right. People earning up to 3 lakh rupees do not have to pay income tax. Right. Now 3.6 lakh, 3 to 6 lakh rupees income tax is 5%. Right. 6 to 9 lakh, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh, 20%. And 15 lakh and above, 30%. Right. So here, a lot of support has been given to middle class people also. See, before, people who are earning around 8 to 9 lakh were used to come under 15%. But now, they will come around 10% tax slab. So, a lot of benefit has been given to people. So, slabs and rates has been also changed. Now, this is the new income tax rates and this thing, right? There are some other changes that has been made. See, look at this. Yeah, before what used to happen is, see, this 2.5 to 5 lakh rupees, how much were they paying? 5%. But whatever they pay income tax, it was rebated. Rebated means 100% of the tax money that they had paid was refunded to them. This is called as tax rebate. Right. In the end of the financial year, the tax money will be rebated. Right. Refunded. So, even though, yes, 5% was deducted in their salary or etc. every month, it was rebated. So, basically, till, people who are earning till 5 lakh rupees were paying 0% tax actually. Getting my point? See, up to 2.5 lakh completely exempted. They don't have to pay. But 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh rupees, they were supposed to pay, but that was rebated. Now, here also, up to 3 lakh rupees new this thing, they don't have to pay. Right. Now, before they used to give rebate till 5 lakhs. Now, this rebate has also been increased. Right. So tax rebate will be given to people who are earning up to 7 lakh rupees. Before how much? 5 lakh. But now tax rebate will be given to people who are earning up to 7 lakh rupees. Right. See, that means here, see, 3 to 6 lakh, or people earning 3 to 6 lakh rupees have to pay 5%, and up to 7 lakh, they have to pay 10%, isn't it? So whoever, they have to pay the tax monthly, right? But in the year end, tax rebate will be given. So in the new tax regime, people earning up to 7 lakhs actually pay 0% of the tax because it will be rebated back to them. Yeah, right. See, now that is important here. Tax rebate has been increased from 5 to 7 lakh rupees. Now this is important because in news, what do you mean by rebate? Rebate means government refunding the money after the financial year end. Right. Whatever money we have paid as tax will be given back to us. Right. See, section 87A of income tax deals with tax rebate. See, tax rebate is given to safeguard small taxpayers, right? To protect them, to give them an extra benefit, right? See, according to the section 87A, if your tax liability is below a particular amount, then 100% of it will be rebated back to you. That means previously, if your tax amount is less than 12,500 rupees, if the amount of tax you have to pay is less than 12,500 rupees, that will be totally rebated to you. Now, this limit has been increased to 25,000 rupees. If the tax money that you have to pay is below 25,000 rupees, whatever tax you have paid will be rebated to you. Right. Hence, now people earning up to 7 lakh rupees will come under tax rebate scheme. They will get the money back. But to get it, you will not get it automatically. To get this rebate, you have to fill income tax returns every year. Right. Only those who fill income tax returns will get the rebate back. Right. So usually tax refund will be given within 45 days, right, of filling the tax returns in the year end of the financial year. Right. So if you are earning money and if you are not paying, if you are not filing tax returns, then you will not get rebate. Right. So tax rebate has been increased. How much it has been increased to? 7 lakh rupees. Right. Now, yes, surcharges. Right. The total surcharge has also been reduced in this year's budget. What do you mean by surcharge? It's a tax on tax. See, there's something called cess and surcharge, isn't it? Have you heard about this cess and surcharge? Cess, both are tax on tax and both are imposed for a temporary period. They are temporary levies. Right. See, government does not have to take the permission of the parliament to increase or stop cess and surcharge. They can do it on their own. Right. Cess is imposed for a specific purpose. The money collected as cess will be used only for that purpose. Right. Whereas surcharge is imposed on super rich people. What happened? Is that my voice? Right. Now, yes, surcharge will be imposed on super rich people. Why? Because see, above 15 lakh rupees, how much is the tax rate today? 30%. Right. So, what about a person who earns 1 crore? For him also 30%. It is not fair, no, to put the same percentage on a person who is earning 15 lakhs and 1 crore. Right. See, in order to, put more tax on super rich people, surcharge is imposed on the income tax of the people. Surcharge is the tax on income tax. Right. So, see, previously the surcharge rates were like this. So, surcharge for people whose income is more than 50 lakhs and below 1 crore, surcharge was 10%. What is 10%? It is not, income tax is how much? 30%. Right. It is not 30% plus 10%. It is 10% of the 30%. Understand this. It's a tax on tax. 10% of the 30%. Right. So, that was the old one. for people who are earning 1 crore and below 2 crore, the surcharge was 15%, right? 2 crore and 5 crore, the surcharge was 25%, and above 5 crore, the surcharge was 37%. That means 30% income tax plus 37% of the 30%. See, so the very rich people used to pay around 42% as income tax, including the surcharge. So this was considered as very high in the world, right? So this was considered as one of the reason for like lot of people going out of, rich people going out of India, for a reason for tax evasion, etc. Right? Hence, this year the highest surcharge has been reduced to 25%. Before, people who are earning above 5 crore was imposed how much? 37%. So from now on, anybody who is earning more than 2 crores will be put the same surcharge of 25%. So surcharge has been reduced. Right. So this is the reforms done in tax reforms especially. See, there will be other reforms like, customs duty increased, excise duty increased or decreased on cigarettes, alcohol, etc. UPSC will not ask that question, right? So, but see, those things which have more, which will be in use for long term, right? That will be asked, right? So, this is about the budget of this year, right? So, they will ask questions on tax rebate, etc. So, yep. So, after this, let's move on to the inflation and RBI, right? So, let's move on to first inflation. So, I have things about RBI, but in things about RBI, there are direct questions asked about RBI, but it's very factual, right? So, now, we will directly move on to inflation. See, inflation is a topic where you can expect questions from it almost in every year, because inflation is a ever-going topic, right? And to understand monetary policy, etc., you have to understand inflation, right? Now, what do you mean by inflation? What do you mean by inflation? Inflation is the general, is the rise in the prices of general goods and services, right? So, it's a persistent rise in the general prices of goods and services, right? Two things you have to understand here. It's a persistent rise. That means there is a gradual rise in the prices of general prices of goods and services. That means, there is a rise in the prices of most of the goods and services, right? If you say there are 10 goods in an economy, right? Out of that 8 goods, prices of 8 goods are increasing and 2 goods are falling. So, average, will there be increase or decrease? Increase. So, this is inflation. See, sudden rise and fall in the prices of goods and services is not called inflation. It is called as price fluctuation. A persistent rise in the prices of goods and services. That is inflation. Right. So, now, what happens with inflation? See, it's very simple. You have to understand inflation in a very simple way. When inflation increases, what happens to money value? Money value decreases, as simple as that. See, when you were kids, 1 rupee used to buy, let's say, 4 toffees. So, 1 rupee was equal to 4 toffees. Now, 1 rupee will buy 1 toffee. That means the value of money has come down, no? Right. So, when more inflation, lesser will be the value of this thing, money, right? Now, see, depending on the percentageal growth, percentage change in the prices of goods and services, there are certain types of inflation, right? Depending on how much prices are increasing, right? Now, creeping inflation. So, see, creeping inflation is a small rise in the prices of goods and services. If the inflation, rise in the prices of goods and services is in the level of 4 to 5%, this is called as creeping inflation. And creeping inflation is a good inflation. This amount of a small amount of inflation is good, because small amount of inflation is called as greasing the wheel of economy. Because if the prices don't change at all, then there is no motivation for people to work, innovate, create, isn't it? A little bit of price rise is good for the economy. Otherwise, the economy gets stagnant, right? So, this creeping inflation is good. However, it should be within this limit. If it becomes more, it is dangerous, right? Now, why is it dangerous? I will talk about this. Other types of inflation are walking or trotting inflation, right? When the prices keeps on increasing, it is called as walking or trotting. See, if the inflation increases above 4 to 5%, and if it is below 10%, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10%, it is called as walking or trotting inflation, right? Then running inflation, right? So, if the inflation growth is in double digits, 11%, 15%, so see, issue is getting serious and serious, right? If the price rise is more, the double digits is called as running inflation. Then galloping inflation, horse gallops, right? That is right, wheelie, right? So, right, if the price rise becomes in the 100, goes to the three digits figures, right? That is called as galloping inflation. Then hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is simply Govinda, Govinda, right? That is, that inflation is so high and uncontrollable in the economy, right? That the value of the currency of that country has completely came down, right? Hyperinflation is uncontrollable inflation, right? So, this depending on this, right, we categorize inflations. Now, how is inflation created? I am saying inflation is the persistent rise in the prices of goods and services, but why and how? Right? Inflation can be caused because of various reasons like demand pull inflation, cost push, or structural, right? What do you mean by demand pull effect? See, demand pull inflation is when there is more money in the hands of the people than the goods and services, right? If there is more money in the hands of the people than the goods and services, obviously people will demand more goods and services because they have money. When they demand more, what happens to the pressure on available goods and services? Increases, right? So, this is called as demand pull inflation. Demand pull inflation is also called as growth inflation. When the economy of a country is growing well, of course, people will have more money. In demand pull inflation, it means money supply is more, right? But see, if the people have more money, still goods, it will take time to produce goods and services, isn't it? But people will keep putting pressure on the available resource, which will lead to increase in the inflation. For example, let's say there were 10 people who were eating 10 kg of chicken, right? Suddenly, in that area, people have money, whatever the reason may be. Now, 100 people want to eat chicken because they have money. But you cannot suddenly increase the production of goods and service, no? It will take time to produce chicken, right? Now, 90 more people are putting the demand on available goods and services. So, what happens to the price of it? Increases. See, in demand pull inflation, the supply is not falling. The supply is either the same or rising constantly, but demand has surpassed the supply quickly because there is more money in the hands of the people. Okay. So, that is demand pull inflation. Next is cost push inflation. Another type of inflation is, see, when the money supply in an economy increases, will it lead to demand pull inflation? Yes or no? Yes, of course, people will have more money in their hands, right? Let's say, government, announces freebies, during elections, right? That, we will give you 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, etc. When that happens, can I say it will lead to demand pull inflation? Yes or no? Yes, it will lead to demand pull inflation, right? Another type is cost push. Cost push. See, this is the supply side phenomena, right? Cost push inflation is when can happen because of two reasons. One reason is when the cost of production increases. When the cost of production increases, automatically the price of good increases, isn't it? Right. For example, let's say a rice was previously 50 rupees kg, and in that 10 rupees was the cost of fertilizer. That is cost of production. See, when the cost of input increases, cost of production increases, right? So, fertilizer was 10 rupees. Using the 10 rupees fertilizer, they were producing rice which was at 50 rupees. Now, if the fertilizer price becomes 20 rupees, can I say automatically the price of rice will increase? Because the price of input has increased. Yes? Right. So, this is where it is, the petroleum and diesel price is very important, because any rise in the petrol price will lead to cost push inflation in almost all the goods and services. Can I say that? Because petroleum and diesel is needed to produce almost all type of goods and services. If you are producing vegetables and fruits, you have to transport it using, lorries, etc. Right. So, petrol prices increases, transportation cost increases, cost of production increases, automatically it leads to cost push inflation. Right. So, that is one reason when the cost of production increases due to increase in the input cost. Second is fall in supply. Right. If supply is less than the demand, then again it will lead to inflation, isn't it? So, let's say 10 people were eating 10 kgs of chicken. Now, due to some disease, there are only 2 chickens. But there are 10 people who are eating chicken. Can I say they will put the pressure again on 2 available chicken? What happens to the price of the chicken? See, this here it is not because of the demand, here it is because of the supply. The supply has fallen here, right? And usually, see, during natural calamities, floods, etc., we see that, one bottle of water is sold at 500 rupees. What kind of inflation is that? Cost push, right? So, this is demand pull and cost push effects, right? So, next, there is structural or bottleneck effect, or structural inflation or bottleneck inflation. See, this is an inflation which can happen due to 2 reasons. One is that improper monetary policy of the Reserve Bank. Right? If the Reserve Bank unnecessarily increase money supply, it will obviously lead to inflation, isn't it? Or it is also because of the bottlenecks or the problems faced by the economy. For example, it is because of the issues in the structure of an economy. Structural weaknesses, because see, in India, production of goods and services happens, but because of the bottlenecks like improper storage facilities, improper transportation facilities, it will lead to shortage of goods somewhere, leading to inflation, isn't it? See, this is not because of either lack of supply or because of demand, it is because of the structural issues, that there is no proper distribution of goods and services. So, structural weaknesses causing inflation is called as structural inflation. So, all this put together will cause inflation in any economy. In an economy, if there is inflation, it can, in some goods, inflation is because of demand pull, in some goods, inflation is because of cost push, and in some goods, inflation is because of structural. See, most of the times, agricultural inflation in India is either because of supply side or because of structural weaknesses. Right? See, we know, in Kolar, farmers are growing tomato, but in Bangalore, tomato is not available, leading to high increase in the prices of goods and services. This is a supply side issue, at the same time structural effect, right? So, these are the reasons for this thing, right? Now, have you come across this concept called core inflation and headline inflation? See, core inflation is measuring short-term inflation. Right. When we say core inflation, it means short-term inflation. To measure core inflation, we do not include goods from food and energy sectors, because food and energy sectors, the prices fluctuate a lot. So, we will not get an idea about the short-term inflation. So, when we say core inflation, it is the short-term inflation, and food and energy sector items are excluded out of that, right? Whereas, there is another type of inflation called headline inflation. Headline inflation is the long-term, long duration inflation, right? We are seeing the inflation of long duration, right? And while calculating headline inflation, we include the products from food and energy sector also. Right. Now, how is inflation measured? Inflation in India is measured using two indices, right? That is wholesale price index and consumer price index. Very important. Now, what do you mean by wholesale price index? What do you mean by wholesale? Wholesale means where goods are sold in bulk quantity, right? Examples of wholesale are mandis, APMCs. Have you heard about mandis? APMCs, they are example of wholesale. In large quantity goods are sold, right? See, wholesale price index tracks changes in the prices of goods in the wholesale market, right? See, they will see what was the price in the last month in the wholesale market, what is the price in this month, right? Now, wholesale means where they are bulkly sold and purchased, right? Wholesale price index does not include services. They do not include services. Why? Because services are not sold in bulk. Services are all sold in retail, isn't it? Do you get 500 kgs of education anywhere? Right? Can you get 10 teachers teaching you together? It is always one, retail, isn't it? But goods are sold in bulk, right? So, services, the changes in the prices of goods and services is not included in WPI, right? So, now WPI, the WPI figures are published by the Office of Economic Advisor in the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. They will ask question on this, right? Office of Economic Advisor, right, will publish this, and WPI figures are published on the 14th of every month, 14th or 15th of every month, and the base year for WPI is 2011 and 12. Okay. Now, see, in WPI, 697 items are included. That is, the changes in the prices of 697 items are measured in WPI, right? And the 697 items are divided into three categories. That is primary articles, fuel and power, and manufactured goods. Okay. So, yes, and in WPI, highest weightage is given to manufactured goods. That is 64% of weightage is given to manufactured goods. Second highest to primary articles, and fuel and power 13% is given. So, food articles, food and related articles are given a weightage of 22%. Yes, right. Now, 697 items are there, right? So, now see, from 2014-15, before 2014-15, RBI used to use the figures given by the WPI for all the policy purposes. But from 2014-15 onwards, RBI using the CPI figures for all the policy purposes. Because the Urjit Patel committee, right, of 2014-15 said that, we should use CPI rather than WPI. Because, see, there were some problems in WPI. What were the problems in WPI? See, first of all, yes, WPI was not including services, but inflation can happen either because of goods or because of services. Yes or no? Right. And see, inflation, WPI tracks inflation only in the wholesale market, but the prices in wholesale market is different than what the consumers pay. Can I say that? So, wholesale price index does not show the actual impact of inflation on normal people, right? So, and WPI did not cover all the goods and services, right? It covered only 697 items, and highest weightage was given to manufactured goods, right? So, this was not proper, and imports were not included in WPI. Imported goods, because imported goods are not sold in bulk, right, in wholesale market, right? Imports were not included in WPI. So, because of that, right, we had CPI before also, but the figures of WPI was used by the RBI. Now, from 2014-15 onwards, right? CPI figures were used. Now, what do you mean by CPI or Consumer Price Index? So, Consumer Price Index, right? See, it tracks the changes of prices in goods as well as services in retail market. Retail market means where the consumers directly buy, right? So, both goods as well as services are included, right? Now, see, there are 4 CPIs in India. See, another problem of WPI is, in WPI, it does not show which group or which category of people are being impacted by how much of inflation. Can I say that? Right. See, for example, if there is inflation in agricultural products, so for example, agricultural equipments, it will not impact a doctor as much, isn't it? It will impact a farmer much. So, if there is inflation in, let's say, BMTC buses, it will not impact rural people as much. So, in inflation, for policy purposes, it is very important to know which category, which group of people are getting impacted, how much, by what kind of goods and services. Right? This was not done in WPI. But CPI has 4 indexes. That is, CPI for industrial workers, right? CPI for agricultural laborers, CPI for rural workers, and then there is CPI combined for rural and urban, right? These are this CPI for, see, here CPI for industrial workers will only track inflation mainly with regarding to the goods and services used by industrial workers, right? Here mainly with regarding to goods and services used by agricultural laborers. Here mainly like rural workers, likewise, right? So this gives an exact idea of how much is the impact of inflation on different group of people. Can I say that? Right. So this will help the RBI to take proper steps. Right. Now, CPI, rural and urban combined, is published by the CSO. CSO is now NSO, isn't it? Right. And CPI for others, that is industrial workers, agricultural laborers and rural workers, is published by the Labour Bureau in the Ministry of Labour. Okay. So now see, the CPI basket, the goods and services included in CPI is more than the goods and services included in WPI. CPI basket includes 448 items in the rural sector and 460 items in the urban sector. Right. So around 900 plus goods are used, goods and services are included in the CPI. And all the items covered in the CPI are divided into 8 categories. 8 categories. Right. The categories are food and beverage, which has the highest weightage. In WPI, which one has the highest weightage? Right. Food and beverages has around 45% of weightage. In the CPI, how much weightage was there? Sorry, in WPI, around 22%. Right. Now, housing is the second one. Right. Fuel and light, clothing and footwear. Right. See, pawn, tobacco and intoxicants, medical care and even recreation are added. Because inflation can, because of, recreation like movies, etc., inflation can have impact on that also, no? Right. So, 8 categories, right? And these are the top 5 categories. Right. So, this gives a better idea about inflation, and RBI uses, as of today, RBI from 2014-15 onwards, RBI uses the CPI figures for this thing, right? For undertaking policies, right? This is about WPI, right? WPI and CPI. Now, what do you, and then there is, this is inflation, this is about inflation. Now, there is a concept called deflation. What do you mean by deflation? Deflation is opposite to inflation. See, inflation is the increase in the prices of goods and services, isn't it? deflation is persistent fall in the prices of goods and services, right? So deflation is very bad for an economy. See, because inflation, a small amount of inflation is good, but deflation is very dangerous. Why? See, if there is a fall in the prices of goods and services, why is it bad? It is good for consumers, no? See, when I say deflation, it is the fall in the prices of goods and services below the cost of production. If this is the cost of production line, let's say cost of production is 100 rupees, right? When it becomes 110 or 120, etc., this is called as inflation, isn't it? But when the prices fall below the cost of production, right, this is called as deflation. When the prices fall, when deflation happens, producers will be at loss. It will lead to reduction in the production. Reduction in the production will lead to unemployment. Unemployment will lead to complete slowdown of the economy. Can I say that? Negative economic growth will be set. Right. See, one sector will, there is one industry which is facing deflation. Right. So, lakhs of people are working there. So, production reduces. Lack of people, thousands of people in that become unemployed. So, they will stop buying other goods and services. So, that will impact other sectors. This is called as deflationary spiral. Deflation in one sector will lead to deflation in other sectors. So, this is very dangerous. Right. During deflation, money supply is very low in an economy. People have very less money in their hands. That means they are demanding very less goods and services. Right. So, why will deflation happen? Deflation can happen if there is very less money supply, or if there is, no trust in the economy. People do not have trust in the government and the economy. If there is war, civil war, etc. going on, right? Or if there is low quality of goods and services being produced, all of these reasons put together can lead to deflation, right? So, now, see, a little bit of inflation is good, but deflation is not good, because deflation will lead to deflationary spiral, which will lead to slow economy, right? So, now there is another concept called disinflation, right? Do not get confused between inflation and disinflation. See, what do you mean by disinflation? Let's say this is the cost of production line. When the prices increases, what is it called? Inflation. See, 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%, 10%, 12%. Higher, bad. Right? So, if we fall below, what is it called? Deflation. Right? So, now, what do you mean by disinflation? See, first of all, inflation, high inflation is bad. I will tell you why it is bad. Right? Whenever there is high inflation, the government and the RBI will take measures to reduce the inflation. Right? So, disinflation means, see, when the prices are increasing too much, government and RBI will take measures. Right? Because of these measures, the prices will start falling. This is called as disinflation. Disinflation is slowing down of the increase in the prices of goods and services due to step taken by the government or the RBI. So, disinflation means decrease in the rate of inflation. Let's say inflation is 12%, government and RBI has taken steps, and because of that, the price rise starts slowing down. Inflation starts slowing down. This is called as disinflation. Disinflation means it's good. Inflation rates are coming down. Getting my point? Right. Do not get confused. So, disinflation is decrease in the rate of inflation due to the steps taken by either government or the RBI. Right. Next is reflation. Reflation. What do you mean by reflation? When there is deflation, that is when the prices of goods and services are falling below cost of production, as I said, that is also not good. So, government and the RBI will try to increase the prices, right? They will take steps to increase the prices. So, this is called as reflation, right? So, reflation is increase in the prices of goods and services from a deflationary situation, right? If there is deflation, if the prices are in the negative territory, government will take steps and ensure that the prices increases. So this is called as reflation, right? Which is also good. See, inflation and deflation are bad, whereas, yes, reflation and disinflation are a positive development, right? See, for example, if there is a cost of production, this is inflation, isn't it? Now, government will take steps and the prices will stop, the price rise will start reducing. What is this called? Disinflation, right? Which is good. Now, prices are falling below cost of production. Government will take steps to increase the prices, right? This is called as reflation, which is also good, right? See, now inflation, a small amount of inflation is good, but very high inflation is not good. Why? Why is high inflation not good? Quickly. When the inflation is very high, that means what? Money value will decrease. Money value will decrease, right? That means people have to spend more money. Can I say that? Right. When people have to spend more money, what happens to savings? Savings of the people reduces. Cost of living becomes higher, right? When savings reduces, cost of living becomes higher, right? So, when the savings are less, cost of interest rate, what happens to interest rates? Interest rate increases during inflation. To control inflation, interest rates will go higher, right? So, savings is less, cost of living is higher, right? So, interest rates are high, right? What happens to employment? What happens to employment? See, here there is something called Phillips curve. Have you heard about Phillips curve? Right. See, Phillips curve says, it is given by an economist called Phillips, right? He says inflation and unemployment has an inverse relationship. That means, according to him, higher the inflation, it will lead to more employment. Higher the inflation, he says unemployment will be lesser, right? This has been disproved by Milton Friedman, right? Because, yes, higher inflation only in a short term can lead to employment, but in the longer term, see, there is less saving, high interest rate, people don't have money in their hands. That means people demand less goods and services, isn't it? In the long term, employment will be less if the inflation is very high, right? So, now another very important thing here. So, when the inflation is high, what happens to exports? The volume of exports, the quantity of exports reduces. Why? When Indian goods, exports means goods, Indian goods sold in foreign area, isn't it? If inflation happen in India, Indian goods will become costlier in the foreign areas, isn't it? So, the volume, the quantity of exports in the long term will reduce, right? So, because it hurts the competitiveness of Indian goods in foreign markets, right? Initially, yes, see, let's say one exported good is 100 rupees. Because of inflation, it becomes 120. So, initially, the producer may get 20 rupees more, but in the long term, the demand for these goods will reduce, right? And the volume will reduce. This is not good, right? So, what happens to imports? What happens to imports? Imports, the volume of imports may increase. Why? Because our own goods are costlier, right? So, for us, foreign goods may we may find foreign goods cheaper compared to our goods. So, we may import more and more foreign goods, right? So, the volume of imports may increase, right? So, what happens to investment? If inflation in a country is very high, investments will reduce because, see, there is less saving. People don't have money in their hands. That means demand is less. Interest rates are high. So, borrowing, etc. will become difficult, right? So, investment in an economy will reduce in the long term, right? Now, what happens to borrower and lender? Borrower and lender. High inflation rates will hurt lender, money who lends money. Right? It benefits the borrower and it hurts lender. Let's say I have lent money to a person, 1 lakh rupees to a person today, when the inflation is 5%. Right? But when he pays me back that 1 lakh, inflation is 10%. So can I say this 1 lakh will buy less goods and services now? Right? So lender will be hurt during high inflation and borrower will benefit during high inflation. Right? Getting my point? Right? So bonds, etc. I will tell later on what happens to bond rates, etc. while doing bonds. Right? So now, and what during inflation, right, common taxpayers will be hurt. See, there is a concept called inflation tax. Inflation tax. See, inflation tax is not a separate kind of tax, but during high inflation, right, common taxpayers will be hurt. I will tell you how. Right? See, inflation will kind of act as a, act as an invisible tax. Right? See, what happens is during inflation, right, so the cost of prices of goods and services increases. Right? So most of the companies during high inflation will give dearness allowances. Have you heard about dearness allowances? DA? Right? DA means to maintain our standard of living, to ensure that our cost of living is met. Right? See, during high inflation, what happens is usually people are paid a little bit of more money. Right? For example, let's say a person who is earning 2.75 lakh rupees will be given a little bit of more money and his income will become 3,15,000 rupees. Right? Now, see, due to this dearness allowances and other inflation indexed wages, people will be pushed into the higher tax bracket. Right? People earning 5 lakh rupees, so let's say people earning 6.5 lakh rupees will be pushed to the 7 lakh bracket. People earning 9 lakh rupees will be pushed to the 10 lakh bracket, tax bracket. So, see, when you are pushed to the higher bracket, you have to pay more tax rates, no? Yes, so people will end up paying more tax rates, but this increase in the salary will not actually lead to increase in the purchasing power of the people. Why? Because prices of the goods and services have also increased. Whatever goods you were borrowing when you were, whatever goods you were purchasing when you were getting 9 lakh rupees is almost the same even though you are getting 9.5 lakh rupees as salary, because the prices of goods and services has also increased. But only thing is you are paying extra taxes also to the government. So your real purchasing power has not increased because the prices of goods and services has increased, but you are pushed to a higher tax bracket, making you to pay more taxes. So in this way, inflation acts as a tax. Right? So this people being pushed from one tax bracket to the higher tax bracket is called as bracket creep. Bracket creep. Right? So basically inflation acts as a tax. So all these things put together, less savings, less demand for goods and services, right? Higher interest rate, less employment, less investment, exports volume reduces, import volume increases, right? So all of this put together, this has a very negative impact on the economy. So inflation higher the inflation, more severe will be these problems, right? Hence it is very necessary for a country to control their inflation. See, again, it's a very funny thing. See, let's say this is a cost of production, okay? Prices of goods and services should not be stagnant because it is not good for an economy. They should increase a little bit, but up to 4 to 5%, but it should not increase too much, right? When it increases too much, government tries to reduce it. And that when the prices falls, it should not fall below cost of production. If they fall below cost of production, again government and RBI tries to increase the prices of goods and services. So it's a ever happening process. See, it's like a BP of a patient. Very high, patient gone. Very low, patient gone. Right. extremely high, inflation is bad, deflation is also bad. It should always be like, right, this is what we'll talk about while doing monetary policy, right? So now, yes, stagflation, this can be a question. Stagflation, it depends. Right now, yes, consumer price index. Yeah, usually companies announce DS, right? So what exactly they take to account? It depends on company to company. But yes, if you have to see, RBI is using CPI, so most companies will follow CPI, right? So what do you mean by stagflation? See, stagflation is a very weird phenomenon where there is economic stagnation, that is, economic growth is not happening. At the same time, inflation is growing, right? Neither there is economic growth nor there is, but there is rise in the prices of goods and services, right? This is called as stagflation, right? So during stagflation is very dangerous, right? During stagflation, what happens is economic growth is not happening at all. It is stagnant, right? Unemployment is very high and inflation is very high. See, if people have employment, that means they have money. Can I say that? When will people have employment? When there is economic growth. When economic growth is there, people have employment, right? And if there is inflation, it hurts people, but still people can manage it because they have employment and they have money, right? But stagflation is a situation where economic growth has become stagnant. People do not have employment. That means they don't have money in their hands. But at the same time, prices of goods and services are very high because of very short supply of goods and services. Because there is very less supply of goods and services. This is a phenomenon that is going on in Ukraine. During Corona, there was a fear that might happen in India also, but thankfully, due to the various steps taken by the government and RBI, it did not happen. But in Ukraine, see, war is going on, so economy is completely collapsed, stagnant, right? Unemployment is there, but basic goods and services are also not being produced. So whatever goods and services are there, their prices will be very high, right? So this is called as stagflation, right? So they might ask a question on this. So now, yes, I had told you I will talk about GDP deflator, right? See, other than WPI and CPI, another tool used to measure the price rises of goods and services, GDP deflator. GDP deflator is nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100. We all know what nominal GDP means, right? So nominal GDP is GDP at current prices. Let's say GDP at current prices is 200. Real GDP is at constant prices. Let's say it is 100 into 100. So what does that show us? The price rise, the percentage of price rise, isn't it? So nominal GDP is, GDP deflator is nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100. This gives us an idea about price rise in an economy. See, WPI does not include what? Imports. Whereas consumer price index include imports also, because imported goods are sold and purchased in retail, isn't it? And increase in the prices of imported goods will also lead to, it will also impact the customers, right? So the CPI will include imports. Will GDP deflator include imports? Yes or no? Yes. GDP, do GDP take into account the goods and services which are imported? No, right? In GDP deflator also, imports, the value of imports are excluded. Yeah. Now, there is another concept called, imported inflation. What do you mean by imported inflation? Inflation in our country increasing because of the increase in the prices of imported good, right? If the price of imported good increases in the host, in that country, it will lead to inflation in our country also, isn't it? Let's say petrol. If the prices of petrol increases in Iran or Iraq, when we import that, right, that increase in the petrol rate in that country will have a inflationary impact on India also, no? Right. This is called as imported inflation. Right. That is inflation of our country increasing because of the inflation in the imported goods prices. Right. Now, then there is something called inflation targeting. Have you heard about inflation targeting? See, in 2016, the RBI Act was amended to adopt flexible inflation targeting methodology. Right. The RBI Act of 1934 was amended to adopt flexible inflation targeting. Now, what do you mean by flexible inflation targeting or inflation targeting? Inflation targeting is a range of inflation which will be fixed, and the RBI will try to manage that inflation in that range only, right? So, in flexible inflation targeting, both central government and RBI will come together. It is both central government and RBI will come together and decide inflation targeting range, right? So, as of now, the inflation targeting range is 4% plus or minus 2%. That is 6% is the range from 2 to 4% plus or minus 2. So, lowest inflation is 2 and highest is 6. Right. So, this is the inflation targeting. Higher limit is 6%, whereas lower limit is 2%. See, that means RBI does not want to, will not let inflation go more than 6% or less than 2%. This is what inflation targeting means. And inflation targeting will be changed every 5 years once. So, in 2016, it was set as 5%, but last year government decided, 4%, and last year government decided to continue the same range, right? So, that is inflation. Yeah. So, yeah, that's mostly about the important things of inflation. Okay. See, usually the question will be asked on what kind of impact inflation is going to have on different sectors, right? You have to link inflation with other aspects, right? So, that's about inflation. Right. So, in related to this inflation and related aspects, right, let us talk a very important, let us cover a very important topic, that is monetary policy, right. First, what do you mean by monetary policy? See, who undertakes fiscal policy? Government. See, monetary policy is undertaken by the central bank of a country, right? In India, which is that RBI, Reserve Bank of India. So, the monetary policy is the measures taken by the central bank to influence the money supply in an economy, right? So, because see, money supply has everything to do with prices of goods and services in an economy, right? If the money supply increases, what happens to inflation? Increases. If the money supply increases, that means people have more money, they will demand more goods and services, prices will increase. If the money supply reduces, what happens to inflation? Reduces. Right? Simple. See, whenever there is economic slowdown, government will try to increase the money supply so that people have more money in their hands, right? when they have more money in their hands, they will demand more goods and services. It will lead to more production, right? So, whenever there is high inflation, government tries to reduce government and RBI. So, RBI tries to reduce the money supply. So, any policy of the RBI, right, which tries to influence money supply, either to increase or to decrease money supply, is called as monetary policy. Now, what do you mean by money supply? See, money supply is the total stock of money circulating in an economy in a given period of time, right? So, it includes currency, even money in deposits, right, in any other financial form also, right? So, how much money is circulating in the economy, that is what money supply means, right? See, now money supply in an economy is calculated by the RBI on a fortnightly basis. Every 15 days once, money supply is calculated. How much money is being supplied in the economy, right? By calculating that, they get to know whether it has to be increased or decreased, right? Now, while calculating money supply, different type of money supply is categorized into different right? From 1977 to 1988, RBI used to use the following monetary aggregates, right? That is M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4. Have you heard about this? Prelims questions. Okay. Now, that means different type of money were segregated into categories. M0, also called as reserve money or high powered money or base money. What do you mean by M0? It included currency in circulation, that means money in the hands of the people, right, plus bankers' deposits with the RBI. See, other banks will have deposits with the RBI, isn't it? Plus other deposits with the RBI, right? Other deposits include deposits of the government, deposits of foreign banks and foreign institutions with the RBI. So, by heart this, M0 is currency in circulation plus bankers' deposits with the RBI plus other deposits. This is M0. See, this is called as monetary base or high powered money, because most of this money, right, see, deposits with the RBI and other deposits with the RBI, that is in the control of the RBI, isn't it? Right. So, RBI can control this, to a great extent, right? Now, that is M0. M1, also called as narrow money, right? M1 is also called as narrow money, right? And it includes currency in circulation plus demand deposits with the banking system plus other deposits with the RBI, right? So, what do you mean by demand deposits? See, banks. What is a bank? Bank is a financial institute, right? Even LIC is a financial institute, right? It's a non-banking financial corporation. Yes. See, bank is a financial intermediary. It's a middleman, right? So, what does a bank do? Bank takes money from the depositors and gives that money to someone else, lends that money. So, bank basically borrows money from the people and lends money to someone else, isn't it? See, banks do not give their own money as loans. They take deposits from the people. That means they borrow money from the people and then they lend it to someone else. So, they are just the intermediary here, right? So, what is the profit of the banks? How do banks make profit? Mainly, it is the difference between the interest that they pay to the depositors and the interest they charge to the borrowers. Can I say that? Like depositors, they will pay 10%. On their lending, they will charge 15%. So, this 5% is the major source of their income, right? They charge some service fee, etc. This is called as this profit of this bank, or this difference between the interest charged and interest received is called as bank spread. Bank spread is the profit that bank makes. Bank spread. Okay. Now see, banks usually keep two types of deposits. What is that? Demand deposits and term deposits. Now, what do you mean by demand deposits? See, demand deposits, example of demand deposits is saving account, current account, etc. Right. So, in demand deposits, the bank has the responsibility to pay the money whenever the deposit holder demands that money. Right. So, how will I demand my money? Using demand instruments like ATM cards, checks, demand drafts, etc. Right. So, whenever I demand money, they have to pay the money. Right. Whereas term deposits, also called as fixed deposits, also called as time deposits. Right. Now, these deposits have a maturity period. That means you cannot demand money in any time you want. Right. When you have a fixed deposit, you can either wait for the maturity period or you have to break the whole deposit. Isn't it? You cannot use demand. Can you use a check on your demand deposits? Sorry, term deposits? No. Right. So, now every bank, every scheduled commercial bank accepts demand deposits as well as time deposits. Right. And all the deposits of a bank put together is called as NDTL. NDTL or NTDL, net demand and time liabilities. Why is it a liability? Because the bank has to pay back the money, isn't it? NDTL is the total deposits held by the banks. Right. Now, yes, M1 is currency in circulation plus demand deposits with the bank, demand deposits only, plus other deposits with the RBI. Everybody good? Right. This is called as narrow money. M2 also called as near money. Now, M2 is M1 plus saving deposits in post office. Right. By heart this. Okay. So, in post office also there will be saving accounts. That is, saving account is nothing but a demand deposit, isn't it? So, savings accounts with the post office. So, M1. So, can I say M2 is nothing but currency in the circulation plus demand deposits in the banks plus other deposits to the RBI plus saving accounts in the post office. Yeah. So, that is M2. Right. Next, M3 is broad money. Right. Now, M3 is M1 plus time deposits or fixed deposits in the banks or fixed deposits in the banks. Right. M3 is currency in circulation plus demand deposits plus other deposits with the RBI plus fixed deposits with the banks. Right. So, that is M3. And M4 also called as broadest money, that is M3 plus all the deposits with post office. That is, in post office we have saving accounts, at the same time fixed deposits also. Right. So, M4 is M3 plus all deposits with the post office. Right. So, this is the aggregates, monetary aggregates. So, now RBI calculates these aggregates and they understand which kind of money supply should be increased or decreased or what steps need to be taken. So, see, out of this, which is the most liquid monetary aggregate? What do you mean by liquidity? When I say, see, liquidity of an asset means how easily one asset can be converted into another asset, right? Which is the most liquid currency, asset? Currency notes. See, currency is an asset. Can I say that? Can it be converted into any other asset easily? See, if you have currency, you can buy a car, you can buy a house, you can buy a land, you can buy gold, you can buy silver, diamond, etc. So, they are all properties, no? You can buy shares, you can buy bonds. So, currency, one asset can be converted into it, to other asset very quickly, very easily. So, that is the most liquid asset, right? So, then comes other things, right? Gold, diamond, etc. Right? So, how easily one asset can be converted into another asset, right? Now, which is the most liquid asset here? Liquid. See, M1 is the most liquid, right? Why? It is currency in the hands of the people plus demand deposits. Can I say it is easier to withdraw demand deposits? See, liquidity reduces as we go further. M1 is the most liquid, whereas M4 is the least liquid, right? So, to reduce, let's say to increase or reduce short-term money supply, which one has to be increased or reduced? M1, because that is the most liquid. Can I say that? Right. So, this is right about monetary aggregates M0, M1, M2, M3 and M4, right? Yeah. Now, see, let us see a previous year's questions. See, a question, this was a very, this is a practice question, okay. Yeah. Consider the following statements with respect to reserve money or M0. It is also known as high powered money, monetary base or base money. Is it correct? Yes. Now, M0 is currency in circulation plus banks deposits with the RBI plus other deposits with the RBI. Which of the above statements are correct? Both are correct, right? Now, previous years I will tell you later on. Now, see, this monetary aggregates M0, M1, M2, M3, M4 was followed in India from 1977 to 1998. But in 1998, on the recommendation of a committee, Dr. Y.V. Reddy's committee, some changes were made in the monetary aggregates. So now, we call them as new monetary aggregates. New M0, new M1, new M2 and new M3, right? See, because what happened is, in the old monetary aggregates, in M2 and M4, we were including post office accounts also, right? But as we see today, the post office money held in post office accounts is very, very minimal, right? Before, people used to hold money in post office because bank facilities were not there. Today there are more banks than post office, to be frank. How many post office have you seen? Isn't it? So, this post office issue, post office accounts were considered as rudimentary. So, certain changes had to be made, some additions had to be made, right? And hence, on the recommendation of Y.V. Reddy committee from 1998 onwards, we started following new monetary aggregates. So, in some of the things changes has been made. So, what is new MO? New MO is the same as the old MO. Currency in circulation plus bankers deposit with the RBI plus other deposit with the RBI. Okay. Now, new M1. New M1 is again the same. That is currency with the public plus demand deposits with the banking system plus other deposits with the RBI. Now, new M2. New M2 is M1 plus certificate of deposits. I'll tell you what. Have you heard about CDs? Certificate of deposit is a money market instrument issued by whom? Banks. I'll talk about that. Right. So, just right now understand this. M1 plus certificate of deposits plus fixed deposits up to maturity of 1 year. Right. This has two changes made. In old M3, what was there? M1 plus all the fixed deposits, isn't it? Here, M1 plus sorry, this is M2 now. Yeah, sorry. This is M2. In old M2, what was there? Post office accounts was there, yes. So, but in new M2, it is certificate of deposits plus fixed deposits of Indian residents up to the maturity of 1 year. Right. Now, new M3, right, that is M2 plus fixed deposits above 1 year, maturity of 1 year. So, can I say M3 includes currency in circulation plus demand deposits plus RBI deposits plus fixed deposits of 1 year plus certificate of deposit plus fixed deposits of more than 1 year? Because see, M3 includes M2 also, right? Whereas M2 includes M1 also, isn't it? So, this is narrow money, and new M1 is narrow money, whereas new M3 is broad money, right? Only thing is, in the new monetary aggregates, post office accounts have been taken out and some new things has been added, right? So, this is the monetary aggregates, okay? So, now when talking about money, we come across legal tender. What do you mean by legal tender? See, legal tender is the money which is used as a medium of exchange and it cannot be rejected. Right? Government has accepted that as a legal tender and it can be used as medium of exchange and a person cannot reject that. He has to accept that. Example of legal tender is currency and coins. Right? So, medium of exchange, you can buy goods and services. You can, also legal tender can be used for repayment of your loans, etc. Right? If something is accepted as legal tender, it cannot be rejected. Right? Now, what do you mean by fiduciary money? Fiduciary tender or fiduciary money? See, checks, demand drafts, etc. are not legal tenders. Checks, demand drafts are not legal tenders because nobody can force you to take check. Right? If you come to IS Baba, right, you want to pay the fees. If you bring cash, then they cannot reject it if it is Indian cash. Right? So, they have to accept it. But if you bring a check, it is up to IS Baba to whether accept that check or not. Right? You cannot force them to take it. DD, you cannot force them to take it. Can I say that? So, checks and DD are not legal tenders. Right? Because they cannot be used as medium of exchange and there is no requirement to compulsorily accept that. Right? Fiduciary money, examples of fiduciary money are checks, demand drafts, etc. which can be used for making payment, etc. However, fiduciary money is accepted on the basis of trust between the parties involved. So, fiduciary money can be either accepted or rejected. Right? So, if I have borrowed money from you, if I am paying it back in check, it is up to you depending on the trust you have on me, right, to accept it or not. But if I am giving it to you in cash, I can give it in 10 rupees notes. Right? If I have borrowed 10 lakh rupees from you and I can give it to you in 10 rupees lakh, two big, bags of it, you cannot reject it. It's a legal tender. Right? Coins, there is a limit, right, of how much coins you can use. Right? But they are legal tenders, whereas checks are not legal tenders, they are fiduciary money. Right? So, this is about that. Now, so yes, now I said monetary policy is the policy of the Reserve Bank which tries to influence the money supply, either increase or decrease the money supply. Now, how does RBI do this? On what basis? How can RBI does that? How does RBI increase or decrease the money supply? See, to influence the money supply, RBI uses monetary policy tools. There are two types of tools, that is quantitative tools and qualitative tools, right? The following are the quantitative tools. Examples of quantitative tools are bank rate, open market operations, legal reserve requirements like CRR, SLR, right? Liquidity adjustments facilities, LAFs like repo, reverse repo, marginal standing facility, etc. These are quantitative tools, right? They will ask a question, match the following, right? Qualitative tools, on the other hand, are margin requirement, rationing of credit, consumer credit, moral suasion, and direct action. Okay? Let's take a break for 5 minutes. Yes, we were discussing about the monetary policy tools. Very important. Okay, see, this is very important because these tools are usually used on a regular basis by the RBI to control the money supply, increase or decrease the money supply. Okay, so first let us deal with quantitative tools. Right. Now, what do you mean by quantitative tools? See, they control the quantity, the total amount of money. They will either increase the quantity or decrease the quantity of money for circulating in the economy. That is why they are called as quantitative tools. And see, quantitative tools are indirect in nature. That means they do not directly regulate the money supply, right? Increase or decrease. They indirectly do it. How? I will tell you. See, because quantitative tools, they will either increase the interest rates or decrease the interest rates, and this is done indirectly. Because interest rates in India, who controls it? Who fixes interest rates? No. The banks themselves fixes interest rates. Interest rates in India is deregulated. That means the RBI does not directly fix the interest rates. However, RBI manipulates this, right? Indirectly, they will manipulate it. How? I will tell you, right? So, some of the important quantitative tools are, one is bank rate, right? Bank rate is the interest rate at which RBI gives loan to scheduled commercial banks, right? It is the interest rate at which RBI gives loans to scheduled commercial bank for a tenure of about 28 days, right? So, it is the interest rate, bank rate is the interest rate, and in bank rate, under bank rate, while giving loans, RBI do not take any collateral. You know what collateral means? No security is required to take money under bank rate, right? Now, so what is the bank rate? I will tell you, right? First understand the this thing. Now, yes, right, here understand this, bank rate is given for scheduled banks for a tenure above 28 days and without any collateral, right? See, if the bank rate is increased, what does that mean? Interest rates are higher. This becomes, borrowing becomes costlier for the banks, isn't it? Banks are borrowing from the RBI under bank rate. When the bank rate is increased, borrowing becomes costlier, right? So, banks will borrow less, right? When the bank rates are less, borrowings becomes cheaper and banks will borrow more from the RBI, right? So, to increase money supply, RBI will do what? Increase the bank rate or decrease the bank rate? To increase money supply, RBI will decrease bank rate, right? And ulta, to decrease money supply, RBI will increase bank rate. Simple, right? Now, next is, I will tell you the figures later on, right? Next is open market operations. What do you mean by open market operations? See, open market operations means RBI buying or selling of government securities in order to increase or decrease money supply. Okay, as simple as that. Now, see, let's say this is RBI, this is general public. General public includes, individuals, companies, NBFCs, anybody, right? So RBI will either buy or sell, government securities to increase or decrease money supply. Now understand this. This is a very simple concept. Okay, but see, when RBI buys buys government security, what happens? To buy something, RBI has to give money, isn't it? If I have to, what's your name? Charan. If I had to buy something from Charan, should I give him money or should he give me money? I should give him money. If I am RBI, if I am buying something, that means I am pushing more money, putting more money in the market. Can I say that? So, when RBI buys, it leads to increase in the money supply. Right? So, when RBI sells, so if I am selling something to Charan, that means Charan has to give me money, no? Right? When RBI sells government securities, that means it is reducing money supply. Because in buying, RBI will put more money into the market, in the economy. By selling, that means they will sell the government security to the public and public will give the money to RBI. By selling, they will suck out money from the economy. Right? By doing this, using government securities, they will buy or sell, government securities to either increase or decrease money supply. Everybody good? Right. Okay. During high inflation, will RBI buy or sell? Sell. During inflation, money supply has to be reduced. Right. To reduce money supply, RBI will sell. Right. During economic slowdown, money supply should be increased. So, during economic slowdown, RBI will buy government securities. As simple as that. Now see, RBI under open market operations, RBI will deal only with the existing government securities, because RBI cannot issue new government securities. Who can issue government securities? Government. So we are dealing with only already existing government securities only, buying and selling of existing ones, right? Now, during open market operations, what happens to the total number of government securities? Will they increase, will they decrease, or will they remain the same? So, yes, during open market operations, the total number of government securities remain the same. Only the ownership changes from public to the RBI. Let's say there are 10 government securities. RBI has 5 and public has 5. If RBI buys, this 5 will come to RBI. So, what is the total number? 10. If RBI sells, this 5 will go here. Total is again 10 only. See, UPSC is going to ask this kind of questions, right? So, this is open market operations, right? Now, next is legal reserve requirements, right? Under legal reserve requirement, we come across two concepts called CRR and SLR, right? Cash reserve ratio and statutory liquidity ratio. See, legal reserve requirement, what do they mean by this? Banks have deposits, NDTL, net demand and time liabilities, isn't it? But if we allow banks to use all that money, then how will the depositors get the money back? What if banks invest all the money somewhere, and what if they suffer losses? This will hurt the depositors and the whole economy, isn't it? So, under legal reserve requirements, banks are supposed to keep aside some portion of money. They cannot use it. Getting my point? Right. So, under this we come across CRR and SLR. Now, very simple, right? Cash reserve ratio is the percentage of NDTL of a bank, right, that they should keep in the form of cash with the RBI. This is important, right? So, today CRR is 4.50. Out of the total NDTL, 4.50% of money should be kept in the form of cash with the RBI. That means they cannot use this, right? So, if a bank has a total deposits of 100, 4.5 rupees should be kept as CRR, right? So,
CRR, the issues regarding to CRR is governed by the section 42 of Reserve Bank of India Act of 1934. Right. So now can CRR be used to influence the money supply in the economy? If the CRR is increased, what happens? Money supply decreases because bank have to keep aside more money. Right. If CRR is reduced, money supply will increase. During high inflation, CRR will be increased or decreased? Increased. Yes. Right. This is what the linking you have to do. Right. Now, and CRR, the money kept aside by the banks as CRR does not earn any interest for them. Right. RBI will not pay interest on CRR money because this money kept as CRR will be used by the RBI to help banks during their urgent situations. It's like an insurance money. Right. And hence interest is not paid. Right. Now, who has to keep CRR? Right. All scheduled commercial banks, small finance banks, payment banks, local area banks, even urban cooperative banks and state cooperative banks, district cooperative banks has to maintain CRR. Right. But for small payment banks, local etc., CRR rate is different, SLR rate is different, but on an average, if you have to take scheduled commercial bank have to manage a CRR of 4.50%. Right. Now RBI Act, there is no maximum or minimum CRR limit. There is no floor or cap for CRR. RBI can reduce it to any extent or increase it to any extent. Okay. Now CRR, whatever that, see, every day maintaining the exact 4.50 is not possible, isn't it? Because the deposits, NDTL of the banks keep on increasing or decreasing, right? So CRR has to be maintained on an average basis, right? CRR should be maintained on an average basis during a fortnight. That is, every 15 days, average CRR has to be maintained, right? So daily, a bank has to maintain at least 95% of the average requirement. Getting my point? Right. So, because every day it keeps on fluctuating, calculating it is very difficult. So, it has to be 100% of CRR should be managed on a average basis, fortnightly basis, and on a daily basis, a minimum of 95% has to be maintained. And if a bank failed to maintain this average requirement, then penalties will be imposed. Okay, what is the penalty? The penalty is whatever is the bank rate plus 3% per annum on the shortfall. That is the penalty, right? And if the shortfall continues for next day, then bank rate plus 5% of interest on the shortfall. How much is they're falling short on that 5%. Right. So penalties will be imposed. Right. Now, see, even non-scheduled commercial banks are also supposed to maintain CRR, but they maintain the CRR with themselves, not with the RBI, and hence trust on non-scheduled commercial bank is lesser. Getting my point? Right. So, yeah. Next is statutory liquidity ratio. SLR. See, again, SLR is a legal reserve requirement, right? Now, under SLR, every bank is supposed to maintain certain portion of their NDTL in the form of liquid assets with themselves, right? So, now SLR is 18%, right? This also they cannot use it for different purposes. They have to keep it with themselves in form of liquid cash. See, SLR can be maintained in the form of gold, RBI approved government securities, and in the form of current account in other commercial banks. Okay. So, now, yes, what is the difference between CRR and SLR? CRR should be kept in the form of cash with the RBI. Right, here SLR is kept in the form of liquid assets, that is either gold or government securities, or in the form of accounts with other banks, but that is kept by the gold and securities will be kept with themselves only. Right, now SLR, I'll come to that. Okay, now see, SLR is dealt with by the section 24 clause A of Banking Regulation Act of 1949. Right, CRR is dealt by the RBI Act, whereas SLR is dealt by the Banking Regulation Act. Right, so it can be kept in the form of cash, gold, government securities, government approved securities. Right, that is RBI approved securities, that can be government securities, treasury bills, or state development loans. State development loan is a type of security issued by state governments. Right, so now banks can buy this and keep it with themselves as a part of SLR. Now, see, who has to maintain SLR? Scheduled commercial banks, small finance banks, payment banks, local area banks, cooperative banks, all of them have to maintain SLR. Right, but for small finance banks and payment banks, SLR limit is more. This 18% is the limit for scheduled commercial banks. Right, I will come to that a little bit later on. Now, here see, there is a range for SLR. Right, the floor, that is the low, is 0 and the maximum range is 40%. For CRR, there is no range. Right, it is up to the RBI. But here there is a minimum and a maximum, it is there. Right, same. If any bank fails to maintain SLR, there will be penalties. Penalty will be the same, bank rate plus 3% interest rate. Okay. So now see, SLR earns interest on them. If see, many banks, they keep SLR in the form of government securities. Okay. So that 18% money, they buy government securities and keep it, because when they buy government securities, they earn interest on it. Because investing on gold, they can invest on gold also and also keep it, but that is going to be risky. Why? What if the gold price falls tomorrow? There be a chance, isn't it? Right. But government securities has a fixed rate of returns and fixed face value. Right. And this, so SLR earns interest for the banks, and SLR is a method of ensuring that government money need is also met. Because when our banks buy government bonds, that means government, it will lead to income for the government. No? What kind of income? Liability creating capital income, isn't it? So this will ensure that the government's borrowing requirement is also, or government's income requirement is also met. So 18% is the SLR today. Yes. So I have given the difference etc. in the table wise here, right? So this is about SLR and CRR. Okay. Next is liquidity adjustment facilities, right? Now under liquidity adjustment facilities, we have repo rate, reverse repo rate, and marginal standing facility. Okay. Now repo rate, we have always come across this concept, right? What do you mean by repo rate? See, another name for repo is repurchase option. Repurchase option. Okay. See, under repo rate, RBI gives loan to banks for a short term duration, right? And to get these loans, banks should give collateral, right? That is, in repo, what happens is, the banks, while borrowing money from the RBI, they pledge collateral, especially government securities, right? They pledge government securities, right? And while pledging that government securities, banks promise that we will only repurchase that after the fixed period. That is why it is called as repurchase option. Getting my point? Right. So, now, yes. Now, repo is given either for 1 day or up to 15 days. This is all according to RBI website. Okay. In many books it is given differently, but this is from the RBI. Right. So, 1 day to 15 days. Right. 1 day repo is called as overnight repo, and up to 15 days is called as term repo. Right. Yeah. So, now as of today, the repo rate is 6.50%. The interest rate charged under repo is 6.50. See, repo rate is one of the most commonly used tool to increase or decrease money supply. Right? Whenever there is inflation is high, repo rate will be what? Repo rate will be increased when inflation is high. Right? Whenever economic slowdown is there, repo rate will be reduced. So today repo rate is 6.50%. That is quite high. What does that mean? Inflation is high. Government is trying to, RBI is trying to reduce the money supply, right? To control this thing, right? Now, what is the difference between bank rate and repo rate? First is, yes, bank rate is comparatively long duration, about 28 days. Whereas here it is up to 15 days, less than 15 days, right? And in bank rate, there is no need for collateral, right? In repo rate, you need to give collateral with a promise of repurchasing it, right? Any bank which is giving this, right, has to repurchase it, right? See, only scheduled commercial banks are allowed to make use of repo options, right? Other banks, RBI can give other banks, loans. Sorry, in bank rate, only scheduled commercial banks are given loan. But in repo rate, RBI can give loan to either scheduled commercial banks or other banks also. But depending on the discretion of the RBI, right? So next is reverse repo. Yeah. Reverse repo. Reverse repo is ulta to repo, right? Reverse repo is where RBI borrows money from the banks, right? That means under reverse repo, banks park their excess fund with the RBI, right? And again here also, there will be pledging of securities and the duration is the same. It is also for short term, right? Only thing is ulta, right? Now see, today reverse repo is 3.35%. This will change. This can change by the time you write exam, right? So 3.35% is the reverse repo. Now, see what happens is when the reverse repo is increased, what happens? Banks will find it favorable to keep their money with the RBI because they will get more interest rate. So when the reverse repo is increased, money supply decreases. And if the reverse repo is reduced, money supply increases, because bank would, if the reverse repo is very less, banks will not be attracted to keep their money with the RBI, isn't it? They will rather use it to give loan to someone else, right? So everything else is the same with the repo, right? Now, next is marginal standing facility, MSF. So see, this marginal standing facility was started in 2011, right? Under marginal standing facility, banks can borrow up to 3% of their NDTL at MSF rate for 1 day, right? So banks can borrow overnight for 1 day. How much they can borrow? Up to maximum of 3% of their NDTL. And to borrowing under MSF, they have to pay a particular interest rate, right? Now, what is the difference between, and here in MSF also, they have to pledge securities. Right. Now, what is the difference between repo and MSF? See, in repo, to get money under repo, they have to pledge government securities which they have kept over and above SLR limit. How much is SLR limit? 18%. So, see, the government securities kept as a part of SLR cannot be used in repo. Getting my point? If a bank has more government securities above SLR limit, then they can use it under repo to pledge it and take money. Yes, but in MSF, they can use the securities kept as SLR. They can use that securities to pledge and get money under SLR. Okay. Now, sorry, not SLR, MSF. Right. So, repo, they cannot use the government securities kept as SLR. Right. If they have extra, that they can use. But in MSF, whatever government securities they have kept as a part of SLR, that can be pledged to get money under MSF. Right. Now, MSF rate today is 6.75%. MSF will always be higher than repo rate. And bank rate is also 6.75%. Today, the RBI has brought this thing, similarity between MSF and bank rate. So, whatever the MSF rate will be, bank rate will be that much only. Okay. So, bank rate and SLR is 6.75%. Right. Now, see, usually in a triangle, the low, which one will be in the end? Reverse repo. In the between, repo. Highest will be MSF. We can easily say that. Okay. What is the difference between repo and MSF? I'll talk about this. Okay. See, yes. MSF is intended for overnight lending of the banks, and it is lended for 1 day, very short duration. Right. Here, right, up to 15 days. Right. Now, MSF is the rate which RBI lends to scheduled commercial banks. Under repo, they can lend it to any commercial banks. Yes, in MSF also only lend to the scheduled commercial banks. Okay, next. Right. Now, under MSF, sorry, under this thing, right, under repo, the minimum amount given is 5 crore rupees. Marginal standing facility, a minimum amount is 1 crore and the multiples. Okay. Now, how much maximum can a bank borrow under MSF? 3% of their NDTL. It was actually 1%. It was increased during Corona period. Right. So, now, yes, in both, securities has to be pledged. But in repo, they cannot use securities which is kept as SLR. But in MSF, they can use the same securities which is kept as SLR. That's why MSF rate is more. Right. Because they are breaching the SLR quota, no? That's why it's a penalty. Right. It's more than the repo rate. Right. So, in repo, banks can borrow any amount of money depending on their discussion with the RBI. Right. And depending on how much securities they can pledge. But for MSF, there is a higher end limit, that is 3% of the NDTL. So, this is MSF and repo and liquidity adjustment facilities. So, where will these activities happen? Right? Where will you undertake these activities? See, all these activities are, all this happens on an online platform of RBI called eKuber. Right? Any bank who wants to borrow money under repo rate or under MSF, they have to give bidding, right, on a platform called eKuber. So, in order to make these actions, as transparent as possible, eKuber was started in 2012 by the RBI. It's an online platform of the RBI, right? Everything, see, for example, Vijay has a bank, Charan has a bank, right? Both of them want to borrow money. Now, they have to bid in the eKuber that, I have this many government securities, I will pledge this and I want this much money. Right? On the basis of this competitive bidding, RBI decides to give money, because RBI cannot give money to every bank, no? Right? So this bidding will happen on eCuber. Right? So this is called as marginal standing facility. Right? Now in 2020-21, RBI came out with another concept called long-term repo operations, LTRO. Have you heard about this? Right? See, what happened is, during Corona, many banks, liquidity of many banks had dried up. So economy was slowing down. Can I say that? To increase money supply, government came out with RBI came out with a program called LTRO, long-term repo operations. Under long-term repo operations, loans will be given to the banks for a duration of 1 to 3 years. And the interest rate will be fixed with the repo interest rate. So interest rate will be floating, and that will be fixed with repo. If the repo increases, LTRO's interest rate will also increase. If repo decreases, LTRO, this thing will also decrease. Okay. Now there is something called Operation Twist, which I will do while dealing with bonds, etc. Okay. Now this is about quantitative tools. Right? Any confusions? No, right? They will ask 1 or 2 questions on this. Right? So next is qualitative tools. See, quantitative tools either increase or decrease the total amount of money in the economy, isn't it? Qualitative tools do not increase or decrease the total amount of money. They just change the direction of the money flow within the economy. And quantitative tools are indirect in nature, but qualitative tools are direct in nature. Right. Now, what are the examples of qualitative tools? Right. Qualitative tools examples are marginal requirement or margin requirement. What do you mean by margin requirement? See, whenever you take loan, you have to pledge collateral to the banks, isn't it? You have to pledge some assets, etc. Right. Now, let's say, if you pledge 1 crore rupees of property, will they give loan of 1 crore to you? Usually, the loan money will be lesser than the value of the pledged asset, isn't it? Right. So, if you pledge 1 crore rupees, if they give 75 lakh rupees to you, this 25 lakh rupees is the margin. Margin is the difference between the value of pledged asset and the value of the loan given to you. Right. So that is called as margin. And RBI fixes the margin requirement. How much should be the margin for different type of loans? For educational loan, margin requirement will be different. For commercial loan, it will be different. For infrastructural loans, it will be different. Getting my point? So, by fixing the margin requirement, RBI can ensure or change the flow of money from one type of loan to another type. Right? For example, if RBI thinks that one kind of loans should not be taken much by the people, then what do? They increase the margin requirement. Right? To reduce the flow of money to a sector, they will increase the margin requirement. Increase the margin requirement means to get 50 lakh rupees loan, now you have to, before you have to pledge 75, let's say margin requirement was 25 lakhs. Okay, if margin requirement is 25 lakhs, to take 50 lakh rupees loan, how much property should you pledge? 75 lakh. Right. Now, if the margin requirement is increased to 50 lakhs, now to get 50 lakh loan, how much should you pledge? 1 crore. Property worth 1 crore should be pledged. Right. So, if the margin requirement is increased, obviously taking loans becomes difficult. If the margin requirement is reduced, taking loans becomes easier. So, this is what margin requirement means. Right. Next is another qualitative tool is regulation of consumer credit. Right. Consumers take loan, isn't it? Right. So, consumer loan can be regulated on the basis of installment, down payment, loan period, etc. Right. When you take loan, we have to pay installments. Down payment, right? Right. So, to buy a car, right? If we have, or a house, we have to pay a down payment. To buy 1 crore rupees of house, we have to make a down payment of around 25 lakhs, let's see, right? So, see, consumer credit can also be regulated by increasing or decreasing these things. See, if the down payment amount is increased, can I say taking loan becomes difficult? Now you have to pay more down payment. So to buy 1 crore rupees, you have to pay 25 lakh rupees as down payment. If it is increased to 50 lakh rupees as down payment, it is going to be difficult, isn't it? Installment. Even by increasing or decreasing EMI, can consumer credit be controlled? Yes. If the installment is made too high, it becomes difficult. Loan period. If loan period is very short, people will not take loans, right? So, depending on the need of the economy, consumer credit is regulated using these following tools, right? Then there is another thing called rationing of credit. What do you mean by rationing of credit? Reserve Bank of India sets a target, right, of how much credit can a bank give to a particular sector, right? So above that it cannot give, right? They say for infrastructure you should not pay more than this much as loans, right? So by doing this they control the flow of money, right? Next is moral suasion. What do you mean by moral suasion? Moral suasion is RBI tries to convince the banks to do something, right? Like through unofficial through meetings, informal meetings, through conferences, seminars, webinars, RBI will nudge the banks to do certain thing. Getting my point? Right? So this is not forcing. This is kind of persuading them to do certain things. Right? That is called as moral suasion. Right? RBI will say, "Arey, don't give loan to this sector much." They will give a conference saying that giving loan to this sector will lead to what problems, etc. Right? So that is moral suasion. Then direct action. If the banks do not listen to moral suasion, then RBI will say, "लातों का भूत बातों से नहीं मानते." Right? वधे कोटे हेळबेकु अंत. Right? Direct action is strict actions like prompt corrective action, asset quality review. Have you heard about this? Right? So even RBI can suspend the management of the bank, right? Stop the diversification of the bank, extension of the banks. That is direct action, right? So by doing this, these are the examples of qualitative tools. See, the difference between quantitative and qualitative tools is quantitative tools increase or decrease the amount of money, right? Qualitative tools only change the direction of flow of money, right? So quantitative tools are direct and qualitative tools are indirect. Yeah. Okay. Now, who fixes this? Right? Who fixes these rates? See, as of today, there is a committee called Monetary Policy Committee, which fixes all this. Right? See, in 2016, the government and the RBI came out with a monetary policy framework. Right? So, in 2016, RBI Act of 1934 was amended, right? And under section 45ZA of the RBI Act, first inflation targeting was fixed. I have told you what inflation targeting means, and even monetary policy committee was set up. So, under the RBI Act 45ZB, under Article 45ZA, inflation targeting is brought, and Article 45ZB, right, monetary policy committee has been established. Right. See, before 2016, what was happening is RBI used to fix all the repo rate, reverse repo rate, bank rate, etc. Right. Government was not involved in that. But inflation is something which common people faces, isn't it? And common people ask question to whom? RBI or the government? Government. So government said we should also be involved in this decision making because we are directly accountable and answerable. And hence, in monetary policy committee which was established, right, in 2016, right, 6 members were made part of MPC, monetary policy committee, right. Who are these 6 members? And this monetary policy committee determines all these rates, right. So now it has 6 members. Out of this, 3 members are from RBI. The governor of the RBI, deputy governor of the RBI who is in charge of monetary policy. Today it is MD Patra. Michael D. Patra is the deputy governor who is in charge of monetary policy. Right. And then executive director of the RBI. 3 RBI people will be there and 3 people nominated by the government. Right. And the people nominated by the government, they cannot be government ministers or they cannot be government officers. They are people who have expertise in the field of economics, commerce, etc. Right? Yes. Now I have given the name. The name is not important. Now this 3 people who government appoints, they are the list of their names are given by a search and selection committee. Right? The search and selection committee is headed by cabinet secretary and RBI governor and economics affairs secretary are the members of that. So these 3 committee, they make a list of people. This list will be given to the government. Among that list, government will choose 3 names and these 3 names will be appointed, will be made the members of monetary policy committee. Right? And the members of monetary policy committee, right, will not be reappointed. Right? And they are appointed for a duration of 4 years. Right? So this is about monetary policy committee and this is about the monetary policy. Right? Now there are certain other things that are related to it in current affairs. Have you heard about BEPS? I'll do about BEPS while doing external sector. Okay, base erosion and profit shifting. Have you heard about this? Right. Global minimum tax. Yes, I'll do that a little bit later on. Okay, so this is about monetary policy. Okay, so next let's move on to the external sector. Right. If you ask me, there is a high probability that questions in this year's exam may come from external sector. Why? Because of a lot of news of appreciation, depreciation of Indian rupee and the impact of that, etc. Right? Okay. Now, what do you mean by external sector? See, every country has economic transactions with foreign countries also. Can I say that? Any economic transactions with the foreigners is part of external sector. Right? In external sector, right, we come across various aspects such as exports, imports. What else? What else, what are the other activities, economic activities we have with foreigners? Exports means we selling them goods, isn't it? When we say exports, that means goods are going out and money is coming in. Imports means we are buying goods. That means goods are coming in and money is going out. Right? So this basic understanding should be there. Right? Exports, imports. What are the other external sector activities? Investment. That I will talk about. In investment, that is, there is inward investment and there is outward investment. Investment coming into India, investment going out of India. Right? And then there is transfer payments such as grants, etc., which inward transfer payments and outward transfer payments. Remittances, that is the money coming into India and remittances going out of India. Right? And what else? Yes, lending and borrowing. Lending and borrowing. Because we lend to foreigners, we borrow from foreign. All of this becomes a part of external sector activities. Right? When we are talking about external sector, right, mostly in external sector activities, there is an interaction between our currency and the foreign currency. Can I say that? And in this background, we come across the concept of exchange rate. Right? What do you mean by exchange rate? Exchange rate simply means a unit of one currency required to purchase the unit of another currency. As simple as that. How many currency should I give? My currency should I give to get a currency of other country? Right. See, if two currencies are equal, then exchange rate will be 1 is equal to 1. Right. However, how is exchange rate fixed? There are many factors that determine exchange rate, but basically how is it fixed? See, it is fixed on the basis of how much demand there is for that currency in the international market. If there is more demand for one currency in the international market in comparison to other currency, then the value of exchange rate of that currency increases. So, how will the demand for one currency increase? If we export more and more goods, see, to buy Indian goods, can Americans use dollars? No, they have to exchange their dollars into Indian rupees. That means they have to demand Indian rupees. Can I say that? Right. Or to buy American car, can you give the car company Indian rupees? No, you have to exchange your currency. That means you have to demand their currencies. So depending on the demand and supply of the currency in the international market, right, exchange rates are set. If Indians demand more American dollars, that means what? American dollars exchange rate increases in comparison to Indian rupee. As simple as that. Right. See, if one American demands one Indian rupee and one Indian demands one American dollar, then exchange rate will be same. But today, exchange rate, one US dollars is around 82 rupees. Right, sorry, one American dollar is 82 rupees. That means, can I say Indians demand American dollars more than what Americans demand Indian rupee? Yes, because we import more and more from Americans compared to what Americans demand the Indian rupee for. Right. So see, currency, exchange rates are fixed mainly because of the, bilateral trade between those two countries. Right. See, if you see India's exchange rate, highest exchange rate with regarding to India and other currencies, Kuwaiti dinars, KD. It is around 300 rupees. To get one Kuwaiti dinar, we have to give around 300 rupees. Higher than dollars. That means what? That Kuwaitis do not demand Indian rupees much, but Indians demand Kuwaiti dinars very much. See, because why is America's dollar not as high as Kuwait? Because America and India, the trade is two-way. We demand their currency. At the same time, they also demand our currency because Americans invest money in India, no? Can they invest dollars? In even FDI investment, when they bring investment, then also they will have to convert their currency into ours. So, we are demanding their dollars. At the same time, Americans are also demanding Indian rupees. So, somehow it is managed. But in Kuwait and India, Kuwaitis do not invest much in India. Kuwaitis do not buy much from India. So, their demand for our currency is less, whereas our demand for their currency is high because we want to buy petrol from them. And to give money, we can't give them rupees. We have to give whatever currency they want. They want it in Kuwaiti dinars only. So, we have to get it exchanged. Getting my point? So, this is exchange rate. Right. So, now how exchange rate works, etc. I have given detailed information there in the, this thing. Right. Now, we come across this appreciation and depreciation of currency. Right. Now, this is very much in news. What do you mean by appreciation of a currency? If value of one currency increases in comparison to other currency, it is called as appreciation. See, I will give example of USA and India, okay, and it holds good to any other countries, right? Now, let's say today one USA dollar is how much? Let's say 80 rupees. It's around 83, but that is difficult for math calculation, example giving, right? Now, so that means what? Who is stronger here? Right? See, if our demand for American dollars is 80 times more than their demand for Indian rupee. Is that simple? As simple as that, right? Now, Appreciation is where Indian rupee, if one currency, that is if Indian rupee gets stronger compared to American dollars, that is called as appreciation. So when appreciation happens, what happens? It becomes, let's say, 40. Appreciation means 40, no? Right. See, to fight with one American, we needed 80 Indians. Now, to fight with the same one American, we need 40 people only. Have we gotten stronger or weaker? We have got stronger. Appreciation will happen when there is more demand for our currency compared to another currency. Yeah? Right. Now, appreciation, is appreciation good or bad? See, Baba Ramdev had once said that 1 rupee will become $1. No sir, it will not. RBI will not let that happen. Baba Ramdev, आप योगा करो. Economics दूसरों को छोड़ो. Right? Leave economics to someone else. Because, see, appreciation of a currency is good. However, too much of appreciation is not good, especially in India's context. Right? RBI will not allow Indian currency to either appreciate too much or depreciate too much. Because what happens when a currency appreciates? This is where the questions will come. The impact of appreciation. Right? Say, US, India, one is 80 right now. So, now when the currency appreciates, what happens to exports? Exports becomes costlier. Right? Exports of India becomes costlier. How? See, one is 80 today. That means if there is a one good whose MRP is 80 rupees in India, to buy that good, how much should an American give? $1. Right? If it exchange rate becomes 40, to buy that 80 rupees MRP thing, how much he has to give now? $2. Isn't it? So exports becomes costlier. So export may fall. Right? Exports becomes costlier. And imports? Right? Imports will become cheaper. Isn't it? Now, is it good for an economy? For example, India, economy like India, yes, imports, if imports become cheaper, yes, we will get petrol cheap. But people will buy more and more foreign goods. Right? So, already our exports have reduced. That means production has reduced. And people will, see, everybody understands it's the same example, ulta for imports. Isn't it? See, let's say America and India. See, there was one mobile phone in America whose MRP in America was $1. Right? So, to buy that one mobile, how much did Indians have to give? 80 rupees. If it becomes 40, right, in 80 rupees, Indians can buy two mobiles, no? So, imports will increase because imports will become cheaper. This is not good for a country like India because foreign goods will be more, our production will be less. Right? Growth of our GDP will be less. Right? So, appreciation, a little bit of appreciation is good, but too much of appreciation will make our exports extremely costly and imports very cheaper. Right? This is on exports and imports. What happens to investment? Investment, foreign investment will decrease. Right? See, for example, to invest, let's say 1 acre of land is 80 rupees in India. To buy that 80 rupees, American has to invest how much? $1. But if it becomes, if currency appreciates to 40, to buy that 80 rupees of land, now he has to pay $2. So investment will become costly for him. And that's why investment will reduce. FDI, FII, whatever investment. Isn't it? So because of these reasons, right, appreciation, a little bit of appreciation is good, but too much of appreciation is not good. Right? So now, yes, and when currency appreciates, what happens to the Indian students going to foreign country? Is it beneficial or not? See, this is how the questions are asked. Right? It is beneficial for them. Right? For example, let's say today, let's say, America, right, fees of American school or college was $1. How much Indians have to pay? 80 rupees. If Indian currency appreciates to 40, right, to pay the same $1 fees, they don't have to pay 80 now. How much they have to pay? 40, half of it. So when currency appreciates, it's beneficial for students who are, studying, who want to go out, etc. Right. So see, they will give examples like this. Do not worry about the examples. Understand the basics, because what kind of examples they might ask, I don't know. Right. But the basics you have to understand. Yeah. Right. Next is depreciation. Next is depreciation of a currency, which is in news. What do you mean by depreciation? Depreciation means the value of one currency falling in comparison to value of another currency, right? So, US, India, right? Today it is 1 is equal to 80. Depreciation is where India becomes weaker, right? To buy the same unit, we have to pay more now. Right. So, that is depreciation. Right. Again, depreciation of a currency. Too much of depreciation. Indian currency has depreciated too much in the past couple of years. Can I say that? Right. Now, that is not good for an economy. Right. Why? Because if the depreciation is also too much, it has negative impact. Let us see. Exports. When currency depreciates, what happens to the exports of India? Exports will become cheaper. Indian exports will become cheaper. That means more and more exports will happen. That is good. Right. But what happens to imports? Imports will become costlier. Right. See, for the other countries, a little bit of depreciation may be good. But for India, when depreciation happens, imports becomes costlier, and India is a country which is mainly dependent on imports, especially for petroleum products. Right. When depreciation happens, imports becomes costlier. That means petroleum becomes costlier. And as soon as petroleum becomes costlier, automatically it leads to supply side inflation in India. Can I say that? So that is a problem. Right. So appreciation and depreciation should be each. RBI will not let Indian rupee to appreciate too much or depreciate too much, right? So, now, yes, when Indian currency depreciates, what happens to investment? Investment will become cheaper. We might get a little bit of more investment, but, it will hurt students who are going outside, right? People who want to go outside of India, they have to pay more now. Yes? So, like this, you have to connect. Okay. Now, as of today, Indian rupee is depreciating. Why? From the last couple of years, especially see Indian rupee is depreciating too much because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. See, today what is happening is, many people, right, they don't want to invest in and around Asia or in those economies which have great linkage with Russia. They are preferring America, and hence, right, they are demanding more dollars compared to rupees. So what's happening is the demand for rupee is falling, and see, a lot of investment, American investment that has come to India, they are withdrawing it. When they are withdrawing that, they are demanding American dollars. No, I'll come to that a little bit later also. Right. So now see, even though let's say India and America, depending on their bilateral trade and demand for their currencies, the exchange rate is managed, right, is determined, right. Still, I will say that Indian rupee it's very difficult for Indian rupee to become $1. Why? Because see, Americans will demand Indian rupee only while dealing with India. Can I say that? But Indians have to demand American dollars not only while dealing with America, but also while dealing with other countries, because many other countries demand dollars, right? Like Saudi Arabia gives us petrol by taking dollars. So we have to demand dollars not only while dealing with America, but with some other countries also. So that's why this pressure on dollars will always be there. Getting my point? Right. So now this is appreciation and depreciation. related to this is devaluation. Related to depreciation is devaluation. Have you heard about this? Devaluation is where the government of a country themselves reduce the value of their currency. Especially China is accused of devaluing their currency. Why do they devalue their currency? To make their exports cheaper, makes their exports more competitive in the world. Right? This is kind of a unfair trade practice actually. Right? So, and that is devaluation. Revaluation is when a country officially increases the exchange rate of their currency. Right? When will they do that? Revaluation is they artificially appreciate the value. When will they do that? To make imports cheaper. Right? Not many countries does this, but some countries may do this to make their imports cheaper. Right? So I have given the information about this. Okay. So now with regard to there are many types of exchange rate. Right? India follows what? Floating or dirty float. India follows floating method, or it is also called as dirty float exchange rate system. Right? See, in India, exchange rate is managed depending on the demand and supply of that currency. Right? However, India does not follow free float because we allow our currency to float and we allow demand and supply to determine our exchange rate. However, RBI intervenes. Right? RBI tries to manage our exchange rate. How? I will tell about that a little bit later on. Right? That's why it is called as dirty float. Right? So, yeah. I have given the history of Indian exchange rate, etc. in the document. Right? Yes. Next, let's come to foreign exchange reserves. Right? See, every country, central bank of every country maintains a foreign exchange reserve. Right? So, why is this foreign exchange reserve maintained? Right? That means foreign exchange reserves are maintained and there will be 4 components. In India, there are 4 components of foreign exchange reserve. That means foreign exchange reserve is maintained in the following 4. This thing, right? Our foreign exchange reserves will be maintained. Our foreign exchange reserve will have foreign currencies, important foreign currencies, right? Gold. Then we have special drawing rates. Have you heard about special drawing rates, SDRs? And reserve tranche or reserve position of the IMF. SDR is also IMF. Right? These 4 components make up the foreign reserve of a country. Right? Now, by the end of 2022, right, our foreign exchange reserves stood around $562 billion, which is quite high actually. Right? So now, why do we maintain foreign exchange reserves? Why should we maintain foreign exchange reserves? See, what do you mean by foreign exchange reserves? See, when we export more, foreign money will come to India, correct? Export. When we import, goods will come, money will go out. Right? So, if we sell goods worth of $100 and if we buy goods worth of $80, $20 will be left, no? This will go to our foreign exchange reserve. Okay? Now, see, when we export more than we import, our foreign exchange reserve increases. Right? And when we import more than our export, our foreign exchange reserves reduces. Now, maintaining a healthy foreign exchange reserve is very important because you know what happened in Sri Lanka. Right? See, foreign exchange reserve is important so that when we have healthy foreign exchange reserves, we can import essential goods. Right? See, to buy, let's say, to buy medicine from America, we should have our dollars with us, isn't it? Because when there is emergency, we cannot go and beg for dollars. Right? Let's say we want to buy some medicines from America and we don't have any dollars. Right? They will not take rupees. Now at that time we will have to go, please give us dollars. We are talking about millions of dollars, isn't it? So to import essential goods and services, it is always necessary to maintain a healthy foreign exchange reserve. Right? When we have reserves with us, we can buy goods and services immediately from foreign countries. See, this is what happened with Sri Lanka. Due to corona and other wrong economic policies of Sri Lanka, their foreign exchange reserves have completely dried out. And they did not have any foreign money to buy essential goods and services also. Getting my point? So immediately getting huge amount of foreign currencies is not easy. Right? So that hurts the economy. And foreign exchange reserves also should be maintained to maintain the value of Indian rupee. See, RBI uses the foreign exchange money to maintain the value of Indian rupee. I said RBI does not allow too much of appreciation or too much of depreciation of Indian currency, isn't it? How do they do that? Right? See, when Indian rupee is appreciating too much, what will they do? See, when Indian rupee is appreciating too much, that means what? Demand for rupee is very much and demand for dollar is comparatively less. Is that right? Right. Now, when Indian rupee is appreciating too much, RBI will use other currencies to buy US dollars. Getting my point? Right. If we have some UK currency or some other currency, we will use this currency with other countries and we will start buying American dollars. Right. That will lead to what? More demand for American dollars, and the decrease in the American dollar reduces. So our currency's appreciation reduces a little bit. And when Indian currency is depreciating too much, that means there is more demand for US dollars and less demand for Indian currency. See, we will use other currency to buy Indian rupees from foreign countries, so that creating an artificial demand for Indian rupee, so that Indian rupees depreciation reduces. And to do this, we have to have a healthy foreign exchange reserve. Right? And today we have a healthy foreign exchange reserve. Right? So, see, not having a foreign exchange reserve is going to be very dangerous for an economy. We saw that in 1991. In 1991, what happened? India had an economic problem, isn't it? There was a balance of payment crisis. Right? The foreign exchange reserves of India was so less that we had money enough to meet only 3 weeks of international trade. After that, we did not have any money. And then only Manmohan Singh undertook LPG. Right? And this happened that foreign exchange reserves of Sri Lanka completely collapsed and making Sri Lanka completely incapable of purchasing goods from foreign countries. Right? So, see, when foreign exchange reserves are not maintained, then rupee will either appreciate or completely nosedive, and RBI will not be able to do anything much about that. When we have foreign currencies, we can buy or sell it and manipulate our exchange rate and maintain our exchange rate. Right? This is about foreign exchange reserves.
Till now we were discussing about the exchange rate, appreciation, depreciation and all that. So let's move on to balance of payment. Right? So what do you mean by balance of payment? See, balance of payment is a statement that records all the transactions that people of India has done with the foreign or the people of foreign countries. Right? Any transactions, external sector transaction, any trade, anything else, any borrowing, any lending, etc. All the transactions made between residents of one country and the rest of the world in a given period is recorded in balance of payment. Right? Now, if you have to see balance of payment, right, there are two
accounts in balance of payment. What are these two accounts? Current account and capital account, right? So current account and capital account, right? Now, what do you mean by current account? Have you heard about current account? Right. What do you mean by current account? See, current account records all the transaction with regarding to trade of goods and services between one country and the rest of the world, right? All the details about exports, imports are recorded in current account, right? See, trade in goods is called as visible trade, right? Whereas trade in services is called as invisible trade, because the trade in services is not visible, isn't it? So all of this details about trade of goods, what are we exporting, what are we importing, right? What are the, see, like goods are exported and imported, services are also exported and imported, isn't it? Right. When do we say services are exported or imported? Like let's say a foreigner is coming to India for health facilities. Are we not exporting our service to them? Or let's say we are hiring a foreign lecturer in India. Are we not importing their services? Right. In BPO, we are exporting our services to a foreign company, isn't it? So services are also exported and imported. And in current account, all trade in goods, all trade in services, both exports. See, current account will have two parts. One is debit and another is credit. When we export goods, money will be credited to our account, isn't it? When we import goods, money will be debited from our account. So this is about it, right? Goods and services. And current account also includes details about transfer payments, also the details about transfer payments, that is how much money has been sent to India, right? And how much money transfer payments has sent out of India, right? It also includes inward remittances and outward remittances, right? How much money are we getting as remittances, how much money is going out of India as remittances, right? So transfers such as gifts, grants, donations, remittances, all of this are also included in current account, right? Now, there is a concept called current account deficit. What do you mean by current account deficit? See, if the incoming money is less than the outgoing money, then we say current account deficit. Let's say, right, we have exported goods and worth rupees 100 rupees, but imported goods and services worth as 200 rupees. Then how much is we have paid 100 rupees more to them, isn't it? So 100 rupees is the deficit here, right? But current account deficit, if we export more than we import, we have current account surplus, right? But India has always had current account deficit, right? Other than very few years, right? India had current account surplus only from 2001 to 2003-4, and in 2021 we had current account deficit. In 3 years here and 1 year here, we had current account surplus. Other than that, current account deficit. We always have had current account deficit. What does that mean? The money coming in is less compared to money going out. Why is that? Why do we have current account deficit? Because we import more compared to the exports. The value of our import is more compared to the value of our exports. Especially this is because of petroleum and crude oil. Getting my point? And we import, see, what happens is we export goods like agricultural goods, etc. more, but we import costlier goods like machineries, heavy machineries, petroleum, etc. And we are dependent on this thing, right? So current account deficit is there, right? As of the economic survey, current account deficit, CAD, is 4.4% of the GDP, which has increased. Previously it was 2.2%. But right now, current account deficit is 4.4% of our GDP. So, current account deficit, should it be more or less? current account deficit should be less. See, why? Because in a business, in a trade with foreign countries, should we get more money or should they get more money? Successful trade is when we get more money, isn't it? But deficit shows that they are getting more money than what we are getting from them. That means we have to give them extra, right? See, $100 comes to India, but $150 goes out of India. That means how much is the deficit? $50 is the deficit. And see, whenever current account deficit increases, this $50, extra $50, where will this go out of? From the foreign exchange reserves, isn't it? So, when the current account deficit increases, foreign exchange reserves keeps reducing, becomes smaller and smaller, because that money will go out of that, isn't it? But when the current account has surplus, our foreign exchange reserves increases. For example, if we get $200 and we give them $100, we have an extra of $100. This goes to the foreign exchange reserves. So when we have current account surplus, we have more foreign exchange reserves, whereas deficit will lead to less foreign exchange reserves, right? And also, current account deficit leads to depreciation of our currency. How? See, the trade is we got $100 from them, but we have to give them $150 to them, isn't it? But we have $100 because that we have gotten from them. But we have to give them extra $50, no? That we have to demand there from them, the currency. We have to exchange that. We have to give rupee and exchange it to dollars. So it creates more demand for their currency. So obviously our rupee depreciates. So higher the current account deficit, depreciation of our currency will also increase. Getting my point? So these are all related, linked, right? So understand this current account deficit, right, is a record of all the trade of goods. Goods trade is also called as merchandise trade. Export and import of merchandise or goods. It also includes export and import of services. It also includes transfer payments, right? It also includes any gifts given to us by them or by us to them, right? It all includes remittances. All of this will be included in current account, right? Now, another part is capital account, right? Capital account records all the transactions between the two countries with regarding to investment, borrowing, lending, etc. Right? So, how much investment are foreigners doing in India and Indians are doing in foreign, right? So, incoming investment and outgoing investment. How much are we lending and how much are we borrowing from them? See, FDI, FII, all of that will be included in capital account, right? Even NRI deposits. See, the money deposited by NRIs in Indian banks is considered as part of capital account. See, remittances is different and NRI deposits are different. See, remittances means Indians working abroad sending money to India, to their friends and family, right? That is one-sided payment, right? NRI deposits means, let's say there is an Indian person working in USA, he deposits money in the Indian bank. See, this is a liability for Indian bank, no? Because we have to give it back. The bank has to give it back. But hence, it is considered as a part of capital account, right? So, yes. Now, understand this. Exports and imports comes under which account? Current account, right? Investment, etc. comes under capital account. Borrowing, capital. Lending, capital account, right? Now, as I said, we have a current account deficit of 4.4%, right? Now, with regarding to this, let us understand the exports and imports situation in our country, right? How much or what we export, right? How much we import, etc. See, with regarding to goods or merchandise or goods, right? We import more. We import more goods than what we export, right? But with regarding to services, we export more services, compared to what we import, right? But overall, if we see the current account, we have a deficit because overall our current account is in a negative territory. Okay, so now according to the economic survey, right, the export situation in India is like this. See, the top export items in India are, see, what is the highest good that, what is the highest thing that we export? That is, export means we sell, isn't it? It is the petroleum products. How so? Petroleum products means not crude oil, but the byproducts, right? Like tar, the rubber, right? The jellies, which are created as a byproducts of crude oil. Because we import so much of crude oil that, there is a lot of byproducts out of that, produced out of that, and that is our highest, biggest export item, right? Followed by gems and jewelries, right? So we export gems, organic and inorganic chemicals, drugs and pharmaceuticals, right? India is called as what? Pharmacy of world, isn't it? So we export a lot of this thing, what? Drugs. Yeah. So, see, till 2022, goods export, merchandise exports worth $332 billion. Goods worth $332 billion was exported out of India. Right? And we export more services, right? And compared to imports, right? So India is the 7th largest service exporter in the world, right? Now, with regarding to remittances, what do you mean by remittances? The money sent by Indians working abroad to their friends and families, right? India is the largest recipient of remittances in the world, right? So we received a remittance worth $100 billion in 2022, right? So which is the highest, followed by Mexico, China, Philippines and Egypt. But look at the difference between the first and the second, right? Remittances are included in which account? Current account, right? So now export destinations. To which country do we export much, right? As per 2022's economy, right, the highest export, we exported highest goods to USA, right? So our exports was highest to USA, followed by UAE, Netherlands, China and Bangladesh, right? So if you remember this, that's enough. So UAE is the biggest export destination for India. Now imports, right? What do we import, right? The main items of imports are obviously, as we know, crude oil and mineral fuels, petroleum products and diesel product, etc. Crude oil, petroleum, not products, sorry, crude oil, right? So that is what we import highest, right? Followed by pearls and precious stones. See, we import pearls and precious stones, we convert it into jewelry and then we export gems and jewelry. Getting my point? Surat is a very important center of jewelry, etc. Right? Now, the third item is electrical machinery and equipment. Electrical equipment, right? Machinery and mechanical appliances and organic chemicals. Okay. So next, major destination, where do we import from? Right? China is the biggest source of our import. What happened to boycott China? Right? So in 2022, right? There's no, you boycott what? That game. What is that game? PUBG. But still, China is the largest source of our imports. Right? Now, followed by United States, UAE, Saudi Arabia and Switzerland. Yeah. So next, see, yes. Now look at this. With regarding to our merchandise export, what do you mean by merchandise? Goods, right? Our exports was around $340 billion by the end of April 2022, right? Now, whereas our imports of goods was worth around $612 billion, right? Whereas in services, our exports was 106. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So our exports of goods was worth $340 billion, whereas our imports was worth $494 billion. More imports. Services, $206 billion of export, whereas $118 of import. See, they will convert this into a sentence form, right? So overall export and import was this much, and we have a trade balance of minus $66 billion, right? Trade deficit of $66 billion, right? So now, yes, we were talking about the exchange rates, right? So as I have said, exchange rates are mainly determined by the demand and supply of that currency in the international trade, right? But demand and supply are determined by various other aspects, right? Like economic health of a country, right? If the economic country is doing well, there will be more demand for our currency. Can I say that? Right? Balance of trade. That means if current account deficit is less, right, our currency will do well. If a balance of account, current account is deficit is more, our currency will not perform well, right? Current account deficit, government intervention, that is how government and RBI will try to manage the exchange rates, right? Political stability, obviously, right? And confidence of a country in the investors, etc. So all of this put together creates the demand for a currency, and this determines the exchange rate of a currency. Public debt, inflation, right? If the inflation is high, obviously people will not want to invest more in our country, isn't it? Because of high inflation, profitability will be less, right? So foreign investment will reduce, right? Inflation, interest rates, all of this determines the exchange rate in a country, right? So now, have you heard about this concept NER and RER? Right? Nominal effective exchange rate and real effective exchange rate, right? What do you mean by NER? Nominal effective exchange rate. See, nominal effective exchange rate is the average exchange rate of a country's currency in comparison to a basket of foreign currencies. That usually exchange rate is one-on-one, isn't it? But NER is a average exchange rate in comparison of a basket of certain what currencies, right? Now, usually in India, yes, there are 6 major currencies which are used to calculate the NER. We see what is the average exchange rate of India in comparison to these 6 currencies, that is USA dollar, euros, the pounds, Japanese yen, Chinese renminbi, and Hong Kong's currency, right? So in comparison to that, we see how much is the average exchange rate of our country, right? Now, then we have RER, real effective exchange rate. So RER, is average exchange rate of our currency adjusted to inflation, right? So let's say there are 6 currency, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Let's say 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60, 100, 150, 180, 200, 215. 215 divided by 6 is how much? Quickly. The total of this, all this exchange rate is 215. To get the average, we have to divide it by 6, right? Let's say, okay, well, let's make it easy. Here, how much? So, around 41 is the average exchange rate. This is REER. Sorry, that is NEER, nominal effective exchange rate, right? Now, REER is, see, this is the nominal exchange rate of the currency minus the inflation in our country compared to their country, right? Let's say in India, inflation is 5% and in another country, the inflation is 6%, right? Adjusted to inflation, that means we have less inflation. Can I say that? Right. So, compared to their goods, our goods will be cheaper, right? And our goods will have more competitiveness in the world, right? So, REER, real effective exchange rate, is the average exchange rate of our country comparison to that 6 basket adjusted to the inflation between these countries, right? If India has more inflation compared to these countries, what does that mean? Our goods will be costlier, right? See, what is the NEER? 41, but we have 1% less inflation, isn't it? So, 41 minus 1 is, our REER becomes 40, right? So, our goods are more competitive in the world. But if we have 8% inflation and they have 5%, that means we have 3% more inflation. So, 41 plus 3, that is, our real effective exchange rate becomes higher. If real effective exchange rate is higher, that means our goods and services will become costlier in the world. So, competitiveness of our goods reduces. Getting my point? So, only difference here is, in both NEER and REER, it is the average of average exchange rate of our currency in comparison of 6 baskets, right? Here in real effective exchange rate, we adjust it with the inflation between the countries, right? Now, and REER and NEER are weighted averages. What do you mean by weighted averages? All the currencies, all the 6 currencies are not given equal importance. The importance weightage for this currency is given according to India's trade with that currency. Higher the trade, more weightage will be given. So, it is a weighted average, right? So, that is about REER and NEER. I have explained it properly, you know, what are the differences, etc. Right. Now, this, you look at the previous year's question. With reference to the Indian economy, consider the following statement. An increase in nominal effective exchange rate indicates appreciation of rupee. Yes or no? Yes? So, an increase in the real effective exchange rate indicates an improvement in trade competitiveness. REER is increasing, matlab inflation is increasing in our country, isn't it? That means trade competitiveness is not there, right? So, an increasing trend in domestic inflation relative to inflation in other countries is likely to cause an increasing divergence between NEER and REER, right? If NEER is 40, right, and if there is more inflation in our country, obviously there will be difference between REER and NEER, no? Yes or no? Right. So, this is correct. So, see, answer will be very easy. If you know statement 2 is wrong, eliminate all the options which are statement 2. See, in UPSC, you do not have to know all the points, all the statements. There are a lot of questions like this. The answer is 1 and 3. Okay. Now, foreign direct investment and FII, right? That is investments. This also comes under external sector, right? So, have you heard about FDI and FII? What do you mean by FDI? What do you mean by FII? See, there is a committee called, there was a committee called Arvind Mayaram Committee, right? To classify FDI and FII. What do you mean by FDI and what do you mean by FII? Foreign direct investment. What do you mean by that? See, foreign direct investment is a foreign investment which tries to have control on the ownership or the properties in India, right? Whenever FDI, we say FDI, the purpose of FDI is to have ownership control or the control on the assets, right? Whenever a foreign investor try to do that, that will be called as FDI. FDI is comparatively a long-term investment, right? FDI invests on the physical assets of our country also, right? And FDI brings technical and managerial skills to India, right? So, with regarding to FDI, right, there are 4 types of FDI. That is horizontal FDI, vertical FDI, conglomerate FDI, and platform FDI. Now, what do you mean by horizontal FDI? Yes, horizontal FDI is a foreign company invests in India without changing its core activities, right? If Apple comes to India and produces Apple phones, that is called as horizontal FDI because they are not changing any core activities, right? Now, vertical FDI. Vertical FDI is a foreign company invests in India to strengthen its supply chain without changing its business. Right? That means, right, for example, Nike produces goods and services in Vietnam. Right? So, they are improving the, sorry, that's not it. Now, vertical is, part of supply chain, yes. So, that is, vertical is, yes, they are coming here, right, to improve their supply chain in India, right. So, investing in improving their supply chain, that is called as vertical FDI. Now, conglomerate FDI. See, conglomerate FDI is a foreign company which invests in India in a completely new area. That is, for example, if McDonald's buys something completely outside of food products, right. So, to diversify and manufacture the completely different products, that is called as conglomerate FDI. And then we have platform. Right. Platform FDI is a foreign country will invest in another country to use that country as a production base, and whatever is produced will be exported to a third country. So, use that country as a platform. For example, if Nike invests in Vietnam and produces Nike shoes, they use it to sell it in third countries because these countries have low cost of production, right. So, these are the 4 types of FDI, right. Now, in India, FDI is allowed through 2 routes, automatic route and approval route. Automatic route means that they do not need prior approval of the government, but approval route or government route means they need prior permission of the government. That is, the Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade has to provide the permission, right. So, that is the approval route. Now, again, there are 2 types of FDI investments, that is brownfield investment and greenfield investment. See, greenfield investment means that company is starting a business from the scratch, from the beginning, right. Brownfield investment means there is already an existing company and foreign company buys over this. Getting my point, right. So, that is right, brownfield FDI investment. Now, see, they will usually ask questions whether FDI is allowed in this sector or not, etc. Right. To make it easy, see, there are 6 sectors where FDI is completely banned. So, if you remember this, it will help you eliminate, right. What are the 6 sectors where it is completely banned? Chit funds and Nidhi investments. Nidhi is the type of chit funds, right. Now, agricultural plantation and activities, right. So, now, see, agricultural agricultural plantation activities, it is prohibited, but with regarding to animal husbandry, fisheries, tea plantation, horticulture and pisciculture, it is allowed. But with regarding to, right, what do we say, food grain production, etc., FDI is completely prohibited, right. Tobacco industry, completely FDI is prohibited, right? Real estate, it is prohibited, right? Gambling, lottery and betting, it is prohibited. And any other sector where private investment is not allowed, FDI is prohibited. For example, in many sectors, atomic energy, private sectors alone cannot participate. Can I say that? Obviously, in those sectors, FDI is not allowed, right? So, railway operations are not allowed for private yet, right? So, there FDI is not allowed. So, I have given you a list of what is the percentage, whether it is automatic or whether there is approval route, how much percentage is it. I have covered as many as possible. So, a lot discuss about that, right? It's very factual. Now, see, when you are looking at this, whether FDI is allowed or not, right? You cannot by heart randomly or cannot look for by randomly. See, you have to see print media. Is it in news? Adani trying to take over, not trying, taking over NDTV, right? Foreign influences in our media, etc. So we have to see print media, how much is allowed, electronic media, how much is allowed. That is where the questions are coming from, right? So I have given a list of all that, right? Now, where do we get FDI from? Right? In 2021-22, India received a FDI of around $84.84 billion. Okay. So, India was the 7th largest FDI recipient in the world, right? So, the highest source of FDI for India, last year, the highest source of FDI for India was Singapore, followed by USA, Mauritius, Netherlands and Switzerland, right? Now, look at this. Why Mauritius? Mauritius is a very small country, isn't it? Right? Why, Netherlands? Netherlands is not that big an economy. How come Singapore? Because Singapore, Mauritius, Netherlands, they are tax havens. Have you heard about this concept? Usually, people set up shell companies there, and through those shell companies, they route their FDI to India. Have you heard about this? Tax havens, right? General anti-avoidance rules. Yes or no? Right. So, that is why it's more from there. Right. Now, which sectors have got, see, all of this is from economic survey, right? Which sectors have received highest FDI? Obviously, computer, software and hardware, because India is a hub of that, isn't it? That sector has received highest of it, right? Service sector, like, finance sector, banking, insurance, etc. have received the highest, second highest. Automobile industry, trading and construction. These are the top sectors of FDI, right? And which states, right? Karnataka last year received the highest FDI in India. 37.55% of FDIs in India was received by Karnataka. In which sector? Obviously IT, right? So, because Maharashtra, right? Delhi, Tamil Nadu and Haryana, right? So, these are the top 5. This is about FDI, right? Now, FII, foreign institutional investment or foreign portfolio investment, right? See, FII is a short-term investment, and in FII investment, the investor is not looking for any ownership or owning the properties in India. The FII is investment on the financial assets of our country. What are the financial assets? Shares, bonds, debentures, etc. See, but FDI is a long term. They want a control of ownership. They want to own the properties in India, right? But FII is only like, buying Indian shares, buying Indian bonds, and when they make profit, they will sell and they will leave, right? So, here it is the, investment in the financial assets of our country, but FDI is the investment in physical as well as financial assets of our country. Getting my point? So, FDI is long term, FII is short term. FII is called as hot money. Why? Hot money because it enters a country quickly and it exits a country quickly. In FII, people are investing in the share market, right, to make some quick money. Right? As if they have profit, they will just buy shares, and if they don't want, can shares be sold overnight? Right? But when you if you invest through FDI, if you have a company ownership in a company, you cannot leave a country like that easily, isn't it? So FII is called as hot money. See, there is a proposal called Tobin tax. Heard about this? Tobin tax is a proposed tax that is supposed to be imposed on hot money. That is, no, because see what happens is FII enters a country very quickly and exits a country very quickly, leading to fluctuations in the economy of a country. Right? So, economist Tobin had proposed that, we should put some tax during entry as well as exit, so that, the fluctuations will be less. So, it will become a little bit difficult to immediately enter and immediately exit. Right? India has not put any Tobin tax, but European countries have put Tobin tax. Right? So, Tobin tax is imposed on the FII. Right? So, see, in FII, under FII, a foreign individual cannot directly invest in India's share market. Right? He has to use an instrument called participatory notes. Only through using participatory notes, a person can invest in the Indian share market. Right? So, they have asked this question on FII, participatory notes, etc. Again, I have given the difference all. Right? Yes. See, now there was a confusion with regarding to what actually is FDI and what actually is FII. To clear this confusion, the government set up in 2013 a committee called Arvind Mayaram Committee. Right. So, Arvind Mayaram Committee has said that, any foreign investment above 10%, right, in a company should be considered as FDI, because he says if one person is investing more than 10% of the valuation of that company, that means that person is looking for the ownership control only, isn't it? So, in one company, if the investment is more than 10%, that will be considered as FDI. Below 10%, it will be considered as FII. This is the official definition. Okay. So, as per the Mayaram Committee recommendation. Right. So, that is about FDI and FII. Right. Let's come to external debt. How much is the external debt percentage in India's public debt? In overall Indian public debt, how much is the external debt? 4.9%. Isn't it? So, now let's come to external debt. External debt is the money borrowed by Indians from abroad. Right. So, it is money borrowed by both government as well as private companies. Right. External debt is a broader term. Right. It is the money borrowed by Indians from abroad. Right. So, money, it can be borrowed from financial institutions, foreign banks, foreign countries, anything. Right. Now, so, there are types of external debt. There are long-term debt and short-term debt. There is multilateral debt and bilateral debt. Bilateral means, between two countries. Multilateral means, borrowed from IMF, World Bank or something like that. Right. Asian Development Bank or such banks, or any private banks also. Right. Now, yes, external debt of India's government. I have already told this. Right. External debt of Indian government is 4.9% of the total debt. Right. We don't have to worry about the private debt. Right. How much, private companies are borrowing, that's not a big concern for us, but government, it is 4.9%. Right. So, the total external debt of India in 2022-23 was $610 billion. Right. So, by the end of September 2022, as per the economic survey, by the end of September 2022, the debt was $610 billion. So, external debt is quite high. Right. However, compared to last year, the overall external debt has reduced compared to the previous year. Right. So, that is one good thing. And majority of our external debt, right, is borrowed in dollars. Not all, but majority of our external borrowing is in dollars, right? So, yeah, yes. See, 54.7% of our external debt is dollar denominated, right? Highest, that is dollars, right? Followed by Indian rupee. That means, foreigners will give us in rupee only, rupee denominated this thing, right? See, in external debts, in whichever currency we are borrowing, we have to pay back in the same currency, right? Second is rupee, third is SDR, special drawing rights, and fourth is euro. So this is our external debt composition, right? So now look at this. This is a previous year's question, right? Now consider the following statements. Most of India's external debt is owned by government entities. See, extreme words, you have to think about it. Most, because external debt is both public debt as well as private debt. But out of that, Indian government's total debt, only 4.9% is external debt, right? Majority of India's government debt is internal debt only. So this is a statement, confusing statement, right? Now, all of India's external debt is denominated in US dollars. So no, not all of it, isn't it? So statement 2 is wrong. Now we are done with these. We have these two. Now most of India's external debt is owned by government entities. See, this is a very vague word. Usually I have told you this, vague words. So, if the vague word is used in a sentence, that sentence will be wrong. Most, how much is the most? Is it 50%? Is it 60%? Is it 70%? Is it 80%? Is it 90%? Right. So external debt, lot of private external debt is there. Lot of companies borrow from outside. So saying that most of the external debt is by government is wrong. So the answer is neither one nor two. Right. So now external commercial borrowing. Right. ECB. What do you mean by ECB? External commercial borrowing, you might have come across this. External commercial borrowing is the money borrowed by Indian companies from foreign, right, for purely commercial purposes. That means that borrowing has to be used only for commercial activities. They cannot be used for anything else, right? So now external commercial borrowing can be happen through foreign currency or through Indian currency. That means, see, we can issue a bond and this bond can be denominated in a foreign currency or it can be denominated in Indian currency also. Have you heard about masala bonds? Masala bonds are rupee denominated. A foreign company will buy that, but they will give us rupee, isn't it? So it can be foreign currency denominated or rupee denominated, right? In 2013, a committee was set up called Sahu Committee to create a framework about how external commercial borrowing should happen, right? So on the basis of the recommendation of Sahu Committee, certain changes has been made in external commercial borrowing, right? See, in external commercial borrowing also there is two types. One is automatic ECB and then there is government approval ECB, right? Automatic ECB is where they can borrow money without taking prior permission of the central government. Government approval is with taking the permission. So in 2020, right, the RBI brought some changes and said the maximum ECB under automatic route is $750 million. But on the need basis, through government approval route, ECB can be increased up to $1.5 billion. But that government should give permission, right? So that is about external commercial borrowing. Okay. So tax related things I have given here. So that's about external sector. Yeah. Okay. Now, another important topic that we have to take into account with regarding to this year's exam is the, financial market, that is the, money market and the capital market, right? So, see, every company, let it be government or let it be private, they have requirement to borrow and lend, isn't it? Some companies will have shortage of money, some companies will have excess of money, right? So, finance market is a market where lending and borrowing happens between various entities. Simple, right? Now, finance market, there are two types of finance market, capital market and money market, right? So, first, let us deal with money market. This is important, they will ask question, right? Money market, in money market, we deal with lending and borrowing for short term. That is, any lending and borrowing for less than 1 year, it's called as money market activities or money market transactions, right? So, now, who can participate in money market transaction? Right? Any individual, any commercial bank, cooperative bank, primary dealers, insurance companies, mutual funds, NBFCs, etc. can participate, right, in money market, right? Companies, even corporate companies are allowed to participate in money market, right? Now, how does money market activities happen? How do they borrow and lend in money market? There are various tools used in money market operations, right? So, can I say repo and reverse repo are money market operations? Yes, because lending and borrowing happens for short term, isn't it? Now, see, in money market, we come across various terms like call money, notice money, and term money, right? Now, what do you mean by call money or money for a very short period, that is 1 day. That is lending and borrowing happening for 1 day. That is called as call money. See, the word says it, by a simple call, right? That is call money, right? And if it is borrowed for more than 1 day and up to 14 days, it is called as notice money. Okay? And term money is more than 14 days up to 1 year. Yeah. So, bank rate comes under which one? Bank rate comes under which one? Term money, isn't it? Whereas repo, reverse repo mainly comes under the call money and notice money, right? So, this is how they are going to ask question, right? So, now, look at this. See, who can participate in call money and market money? In money market operations, right? So, scheduled commercial banks, cooperative banks, they can participate as both borrowers and lenders in call money, notice money, and term money, right? Whereas financial institutions like LIC, UTI, NABARD, etc. can participate only as lenders, not as borrowers, right? So, why? Because LIC, UTI, etc. they cannot use repo rate, reverse repo rate. No, simple, right? Now, see, regional rural banks was not allowed before to participate in call money market operations, but in 2020, RRBs were allowed to participate in call money, notice money, and term money as both borrowers and lenders. This is important. This can be a question. RRBs have been now allowed, right? So, this is call money, notice money, and term money. Then we have T-bills or treasury bills. See, treasury bill is a government security issued by the government authorities when they need money for a short-term purpose, right? See, when I say government security or a government bond, what do you mean by that? It is a piece of paper, it is a certificate which has a face value, which has a rate of return, and which has a maturity period. Is that simple? Right. See, whenever a bond is issued, right, the issuer will issue that bond with a promise of repurchasing it back after the maturity. Whoever issues, if I issue a bond after the maturity period, I had to legally buy it back, right, in the face value, right. Till that time, maturity, let's say 10 years, rate of interest or rate of return is some much, right, face value is 50,000 rupees. After 10 years, whoever I issue, right, I have to pay it back, buy it back, right. That is what bonds are all about. So treasury bills are government securities or government bonds for short-term purpose, that is less than 365 days, right. Now there are three types of treasury bills, that is 91 days, 182 days and 364 days, right, multiples of 91, 182, 364. Now see, treasury bills, they are called as zero coupon bills. That means they don't pay interest. Then why will somebody purchase it? Because see, treasury bills are issued at a discounted rate and redeemed at a face value, right. What do you mean by that? They are issued at discount rate and redeemed at face value. Let's say the face value of treasury bill is 50,000 rupees. They will be usually issued at, let's say, 45,000 rupees for the sake of it, right. But when the maturity gets over, while buying it back, they will buy at 50,000 rupees. So issued at discounted rate and redeemed at face value, right. This is what treasury bills do not earn interest. They are issued at discount rate and redeemed at face value, right. So, yeah. One more very important thing. State governments cannot issue treasury bills. Right? Only central government can issue treasury bill through RBI, right. So, yes, and treasury bills can be issued at a minimum of 25,000 rupees and its multiples, right. So see, if you remember this, the question will ask, right, treasury bill of 48,000 rupees is issued, correct or wrong? Wrong, it's not a multiple of 25, right, 25,000, right. So 25,000 and a minimum of 20,000 and its multiples, right. That is treasury bills. Now, see, another type of, money market instrument is that is called as CMBs, cash management bills, right. This cash management bill is very similar to treasury bills, right. But this was started in 2010 and these are very short duration, bills issued by the government, where if the government requires borrowing for less than 91 days, right, then they issue cash management bills, right, for whose maturity is less than 91 days. Everything else is same as treasury bills, that is, issued at a minimum of 25,000 rupees and in the multiples, right, and it does not also earn interest, right. It is issued at it is issued at a discount price and redeemed at face value, right. That is cash management bills, right. Then see, treasury bills and cash management bills are issued by the government, right. Central government, state governments cannot, right. Now, certificates of deposit, I told you about while doing M2, right. See, certificate of deposit is issued by scheduled commercial banks, right. See, even banks may need urgent money sometimes, isn't it, for some purpose, right. But people may not be wanting to keep deposits in that bank. So then they issue certificates of deposits. That means you keep a deposit for a while, right, and we will give it back to you. And till then you will earn some profit out of that. Getting my point, right? So they are issued by scheduled commercial banks. Now, who can issue scheduled commercial banks? Who can issue what is that? Certificate of deposit. Scheduled commercial banks can issue certificate deposit. Initially, RRBs, regional rural banks, were not allowed to issue certificates of deposit. But again, in 2021, RBI allowed RRBs to issue CDs, but local area banks cannot issue certificates of deposits. Okay, now RRBs can, right? So the concept of CD was started in 1989 and they can be issued at a minimum of 1 lakh and the multiples of 1 lakh rupees. Right. Now, yes. Minimum maturity period of the CDs is 7 days and the maximum is up to 1 year, because it cannot be more than 1 year, isn't it? So, yeah. And even certificates of deposits, they do not earn interest. Even they are issued at a discount price, right, and redeemed at face value, right. Let's say, a bank is issuing a CD. Let's say CD is for 1 lakh rupees, but usually you will have to deposit 90,000 rupees, for example. But when the maturity period gets over, bank will give you how much? 1 lakh, right. So that is about certificate of deposits. Then commercial papers, CPs. Commercial paper is a money market instrument issued by high rated corporates, right, big firms and corporations. So this commercial paper, the concept of commercial paper was introduced in 1990. So any corporate or financial institution with good credit rating and which has more than 4 crore rupees of net worth, right? So tangible net worth can issue a commercial paper. Again, commercial paper is issued at a discount rate and redeemed at face value, right? So, and commercial paper can be issued at a minimum of 5 lakh rupees. The value of commercial paper is 5 lakh rupees and the multiples of 5 lakh rupees, right? See, treasury bills 25,000 and its multiples, certificate of deposits 1 lakh and its multiples. Here it is 5 lakh and its multiples. Can any company issue commercial paper? No, they have to have a net worth of at least 4 crore rupees and they have to have good credit rating, right? They are the criteria here, right? And all these money market activities are undertaken under an online platform called Negotiated Dealing System, NDS. Negotiated Dealing System, is under RBI, which was introduced in 2002. Because see, before what used to happen is all the money market activities used to happen over phone, right? Somebody used to call and say, I want this money, you give me this much, and there was no transparency in that, right? To bring transparency, see, have you seen the scam? Right, Arshad Mehta, that is where he did all these bonds, this thing, etc. Right. So he never used to deposit the money, but used to get certificate of deposits from the banks, saying that he has deposited. Right. So he has done all that thing. Right. Now to ensure that that those kind of things doesn't happen, right? Negotiated dealing system was started in 2002 by the RBI, and all the activities of the money market goes under. It happens under NDS. Okay. So this is about money market, right? Next is capital market. It is also a part of financial market. Capital market, in capital market, lending and borrowing for long term happens, right? For more than 1 year, right? So now various instruments of capital market are shares, bonds, debentures, mutual funds, derivatives, etc. Right. Now, see, before understanding all of this, you have to understand two things, right? Capital market activities can happen in two ways. There are primary market and there is secondary market. What do you mean by primary market? Yes, when a company directly deals with buyers, it is called as primary market, right? For example, let's say there is a share. When a company directly issues the shares to the buyer, it is called as primary market, right? Secondary market is where, right, these activities happen between people. Company is not directly involved in that. Getting my point? See, there is a company which issues shares. I buy that share. This is primary market activity. Then once I buy this, I sell it to Surya. Surya sell it to Charan. This is secondary market, right? So they will ask question on this. This is in news, right? Let us see what primary market means and secondary market means. See, primary market is where various financial assets are issued by the company to the people directly. Right. In a secondary market, people themselves deal with those buying and selling of that. Getting my point? Right. Now see, yes. Price in primary market, who determines the price of that? Company, isn't it? In the secondary market, demand and supply determines that. Right. Once, yes, when in the primary market, the price of a product is fixed by the company, but in the secondary market, it fluctuates depending on the demand and supply. Yes, right. Now, in the primary market, companies are involved because they issue the shares or any other this thing. But in the secondary market, companies are not directly involved, isn't it? Reliance will be involved only in the first time when they issue shares. After that, what happens to Reliance shares, how people buy and sell, Reliance does not have direct connection to that. Yes, right. That's there, right? Yeah. So, this is some things about primary market and secondary market, right? So, now, what do you mean by, when it comes to companies, what do you mean by listed companies and unlisted companies? Listed companies are those which are listed in any stock exchange. Their shares are listed in, that means their shares can be sold and purchased in the stock exchanges. Unlisted are where those companies whose shares cannot be bought and sold in stock exchanges. Getting my point? See, when that is listed companies and unlisted companies, right? Now, shares is an example of capital market. See, when a company wants money for long-term duration, they issue shares, right? See, let's say there is a company which is 100% owned by me. This company will be called as private company, private limited, right? Private limited is a company which is completely owned by few people or a family, etc. Then there is something called public limited. What do you mean by public limited? No. Here the meaning is not government. Public private limited. Have you heard about this? Public private limited. Okay, there is one is private limited and then there is public private limited. That means that private company has issued shares to the public. Getting my point? Here in private limited, completely all the shares, all the ownership is with me. In public private limited, that means that private company has issued the shares to the general public, right? Now, see, let's say there is a company which is completely owned by me, but I need money. I need huge amount of money to diversify, etc. Right? I'm talking about hundreds of crores. Now, I cannot borrow all of this money, isn't it? So, one way of raising long-term money is issuing shares, right? See, if a company 100% it is owned by me, right? Now, if I want to issue my shares to the public, I have to undertake IPO. What is that? Initial public offer. That means initially for the first time I am issuing shares to general public. And IPO will happen in which market? Primary market or secondary market? Primary market. IPO will happen in primary market because company will be directly selling its shares to people, right? So, simple, right? Recently, Nykaa did their IPO. Have you heard about Nykaa? Some face cream and all that thing, right? Zomato did it, right? So, and who else recently did? Paytm did it, right? They came out with IPOs. Right. Now, that is initial public offer. I'll talk about this a little bit later on also, right? Issuing of shares for the first time, right? Now, there is something called follow-on public offer, FPO. What do you mean by follow-on public offer? See, yes, this is, issuing fresh shares. See, the company has already done IPO, right? Let's say I had 100% of shares. Out of that, 10% I have sold to the public. That is IPO, isn't it? Maybe after few years, I will want more money again, right? Now, how much I have? I have 90% shares. Follow-on public offer is again, issuing fresh shares to the general public, right? Because I have already done IPO, and follow-on public offer is issuance of fresh shares again to the general public, right? So this also happens. Follow-on public offer happens in which market? Primary market or secondary market? Because I am issuing, as a company, I am issuing shares again for the, next time, directly to whom? People. So even follow-on public offer happens in primary market. Once initial public offer happens, follow-on public offer happens, then the shares will circulate in the share market. That will circulate in the secondary market, right? I am a company, I issue share in IPO and Charan buys that. Now this is IPO, right? Again after few months, I will do FPO. Some more shares I will directly sell to the people and Surya will buy it. Both of them will be primary market. Then there will be trading, buying and selling between Charan and Surya. That is secondary market. Getting my point? Right. Why is it in news? Because Adani had planned to undertake a FPO of 20,000 crores. But after Hindenburg report, he withdrew that. Right. So those things are in news. Right. Now, I'm talking about issuing of shares. What do you mean by a share? Share is nothing but a certificate of ownership. Right? When you buy a share, you are buying the ownership. If you are 10% shareholder of a company, that means you are the 10% owner of that company. As simple as that. Is that right? Now, there are two types of shares: equity shares and preference shares. Right? What do you mean by equity shares? Equity share is the common share which shows the ownership, right? And when you hold shares, what do you get on it? Dividend. Dividend is the profit on owning shares, right? If a company has 100 shares and it makes 100 rupees profit, each share will get how much dividend? 1 rupee. Isn't it? As simple as that. Equity shares are the common shares, and equity shareholders are considered as the owners of that company, right? And they have voting rights, right? And if the company makes profit, they will get dividend. If they don't make profit, they will not get dividend. So they are at risk, right? So this is the most common type of shares. Then there is preference shares. See, in preference shares, the dividends or the dividends are already fixed by the company. It is not depending on the profit of that company. The returns on preference shares is fixed, right? If the company makes high profit, they don't have to give high dividends to the preference shares, but it will be fixed. Even if the company makes losses, the preference shares people will get the profit. So they have lower risk. But preference shareholders do not have the voting right, right? So they are not called as the real owners because they don't have the voting rights in the company, right? But one benefit is that for preference shareholders, risk is less, because if a company makes profit, first payment has to be made to the preference shareholders and then to the equity shareholders. If a company is winding up, if a company is suffering losses, right, then if the company is liquidated, first the preference shareholders should be given money. Then if it is left, then equity shareholders, right? So the risk is less for preference shareholders, but the profit amount is fixed, right? If 1 rupee is fixed, they will get 1 rupee only. If the company makes 100 crores profit also, they will get 1 rupee only, right? And they don't get voting rights. So that is called as preference shares, right? Now there are some other concepts, right, called authorized share capital of a company. What do you mean by authorized share capital? Authorized share capital means how much the board of directors have authorized, how much the owners of that company has authorized to issue shares, right? For example, the owners might authorize them to issue shares up to 5,000 crore rupees. That is what we mean by authorized share capital, right? So as simple as that. Now, yeah. Authorized share capital is the maximum amount of shares that can be issued by a company. Who decides that? Owners of a company decides that. Right. Now, let's say owners decide to issue shares of 5,000 crore rupees. That is the authorized share capital. Right. Now, authorized share capital can be increased. Usually, authorized share capital starts from 1 lakh rupees. Right. But that can be increased by the decision of the owners and by paying additional fee to the register of companies. Right. It can be increased to any extent. Right. Now, then there is something called paid up share capital of a company. Now, what is the difference between authorized share capital and paid up share capital? See, look at this. See, if the whole tumbler is the authorized share capital, that means you can fill money till this much, isn't it? That is allowed to you, right? So, authorized capital means the company owners have allowed the management to issue that much of shares, right? Paid up capital means how much shares was issued and how much money has been collected by that. Just because you are authorized, a company will not issue all the shares. Getting my point? So, if you are allowed to issue 100 shares, one company may issue only 50 shares. Right. So, paid up capital is the actual money received by issuing shares. Right. So, this water level is the paid up capital. That means you still have freedom to issue this much of shares. Right. So, that is what we mean by paid up share capital. Yes. Paid up share capital is the money for which shares were issued to the shareholder and the payment has been made by the shareholder, right? So, not necessary that every time authorized share capital is always met with paid up share capital, right? So that is about that. Now, yeah. Yes, IPO, FPO, I have told you this. Right. Now, yes, we have spoken about disinvestment. What do you mean by disinvestment? That is government selling its shares in government companies to general public, right? Then there are two types of disinvestment: token disinvestment and strategic disinvestment. Token disinvestment is where ownership remains with the government, right? Shares are issued. For example, recently in LIC, 10% government owned 100% of LIC shares, correct? Out of that, 10% of the shares were issued to the public. Who has the ownership? Government. This is called as token disinvestment or minority disinvestment. In this, there is no change in the ownership or management. Strategic disinvestment is where there is change in the ownership. That means government gives the ownership to, for example, if government sells 51% of shares to someone, obviously government will become minority shareholder and management and ownership will change, right? Ownership, management will change. Can I say that? So here in strategic disinvestment, there is a change in the management, right? And when it is 100% disinvestment, it will be called as privatization, right? So pure privatization, that is Air India, for example, right? So why is this thing disinvestment done? Disinvestment is done to raise money for the government, right? To allow more and more private players to participate in it, to liberalize our economy. Yes or no? Right? To bring efficiency in our certain this thing, because we know government public sector undertakings, many of the public sector undertakings are loss making and they are not very efficient, right? So to make them efficient, more competent, etc., right? So for this, disinvestment is made. See, all the disinvestment activities are undertaken under the this thing of Department of Investment and Public Asset Management. There is a department called Department of Disinvestment and Public Asset Management, and this department undertakes all the activities related to disinvestment. This department comes under Ministry of Finance, right? Now, Now, the money that we receive through disinvestment, it goes to the National Investment Fund. This National Investment Fund was started in 2005. Whatever the disinvestment money goes to National Investment Fund, NIF. Right. Now, this fund will be managed by very capable fund managers. So, what they do is, see, disinvestment money, let's say government gets 1000 crores as disinvestment money. This goes to NIF. So, the whole corpus is not used. That means the whole 1000 crore is not used or not spent, right? Not used, sorry. This whole corpus will not be spent by the government. What they do is, fund managers will invest this money, and on the profit which they get, that money will be spent by the government. The corpus itself is not used. Getting my point? The returns on the corpus will be used. On 1000 crores, let's say we get 100 crores as profit. They will invest it in somewhere else. This 100 crores will be used. Right? This money will be used for social welfare. 75% of that will be used for social welfare, and 25% of the profits earned on this fund will be used for, other public sector companies, for improving other public sector companies. But the whole corpus can be used during extraordinary situation, right? But mostly whole corpus will not be spent, right? Because if we are selling government asset, and even if we are spending all the money, then what are we left with? Right. So, that money will be put in the NIF, National Investment Fund, that fund will be used as investment, and on that we will earn returns. Right. So, now, yes, see, from last couple of years, the current government has given a lot of importance to disinvestment. Right. So, now, this year's budget, a disinvestment target of 51,000 crore rupees has been set. Right? We are planning to earn 51,000 crore rupees through disinvestment. Right? But new companies has not been added. Right? Because in the last couple of years, many companies were added in the disinvestment list. Some of the companies will be, in some of the companies it will be strategic disinvestment, and some of the companies it will be token disinvestment. Right. But the government has said that they will undertake strategic disinvestment in most of the companies, except very important areas such as atomic energy or defense. Other than that, they have said we are going to do strategic disinvestment in most of it. That's where Modi has said government has no business to be in business. Right. So now, as of now, some of the important companies that they are going to disinvest is, right, IDBI Bank, Shipping Corporation of India, right, the Container Corporation of India, NMDC Steel, BEML, right, Pawan Hans Helicopters are some of the important companies that they have planned to disinvest, right. So, even Bharat Petroleum Limited, they have planned to disinvest the shares. How much we have to see in the future, right. So, that is about shares. Right. Now, there are share markets like Bombay Stock Exchange, right, National Stock Exchange, Over-the-Counter Stock Exchange of India, right. See, the oldest stock exchange in the world is the Dutch Stock Exchange, right, started in the 1600s, right. And in India, Bombay Stock Exchange is the oldest, whereas National Stock Exchange is the largest, right. So, these are very factual data, right? And all the capital market, see, one more thing here. Money market activities are controlled by RBI, whereas capital market is, controlled by SEBI, right? Then we have bonds. In capital market, we are done with shares. We have bonds. This is one difficult area which people are very confused about. Bonds. Right. What do you mean by bond? Bond is nothing but a debt obligation of the issuer. That means, see, whenever private companies can issue bonds, government can issue bonds, right? So there is when a bond, with regarding to bond is nothing but a debt obligation. It's a certificate, it's a piece of paper. The bond will have a face value to it, right? Rate of interest and maturity period, right? After the maturity, the issuer, there will be two persons, right? One issuer and another subscriber. Issuer is the company which is issuing the bond, and subscriber is the person who purchases the bond, right? Now, who gives money to whom? Subscriber will give money to issuer, right? Now, whenever a company or a government wants money, right, they issue bonds, right? Bonds can be short term or long term, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, right? So, government bonds are usually long term, right? Now, see, this is a debt obligation because the issuer of the bond issues the bond with the promise of repurchasing it back, right, after the maturity period. But if I buy a bond from a particular company, it is not necessary that I have to keep it. I can sell or buy it in the secondary market again, right? I can sell my bond to Surya, right? So, by the time of maturity period, whoever has it, he will get the money back. As simple as that, right? Now, there are certain things with regarding to bonds that you have to understand. One is the face value of the bond. That is, how much is the bond worth? Let's say 50,000 rupees. This is fixed, right? And interest rate. Majority of the bonds have fixed interest rates, right? Interest rates are also called as coupon rates, right? So that is 10%. Let's say. Then maturity period, 10 years. Now comes the concept of bond yield. This is what's confusing, isn't it? Bond yield. Now see, bond yield means the percentage of profit one can make on investing in bonds. Right? Bond yield does not mean interest rate of the bond. Right? See, majority of the bond, the face value of the bond is fixed. Interest rates of majority of the bonds are fixed. There are very few exceptional bonds which give floating interest rate. But 99% of the bonds have fixed interest rate. Right? So, bond yield means how much percentage of profit one can do by investing on bonds. Right? Now, see, bond yield, the price of a bond and the bond yield are inversely proportionate, inversely related. Understand this. See, bond yield is calculated using this formula. What is the formula? Interest rate divided by the price of the bond into 100. Right. Let's say there is a bond whose price is 100 rupees. It gets 10% interest. How much is the bond yield? 10% is the bond yield. Simple, no? Now, the price of the bond and the bond yield are inversely proportionate. Right. That means, see, if there is more demand to a particular bond, what happens to the bond price? Increases, because see, I have bought this bond at 100 rupees, but because of some reason there is a lot of demand, that company suddenly made profit. Right. So that company's bond is considered as a very safe investment. Obviously, there is more demand for the bond of that company. Can I say that? Yes or no? So, when there is more demand for the bond of a company, the price of the bond increases. Right. Let's say the bond becomes 200 rupees, but the interest rate is fixed. Right. How much will be the bond yield now? 5. So, when the price of a bond increases, bond yield, price of the bond increases, bond yield decreases. They are inversely proportionate. Right. And ulta, if the price of a bond falls, bond yield increases. Right. So, what happens to the bond yield during inflation. See, they will ask a lot of questions. Just understand this properly, right? So, price of the bond increases, bond yield decreases, price of the bond falls, bond yield increases, right? So, now, let's say a company is not making profits much, right? So, it is in trouble. I already have that bond. So, I don't know after 10 years that company will be existing or not. Obviously, I will want to sell it off, isn't it? So, obviously, the price for that bond will come down. So, if you take that risk, see, it's a 100 rupees bond, 10% it gives, right? Now, a company, let's say, is in doldrums, right? Now, I don't want to take the risk for next 10 years, right? So, I want to sell it off. The price of the bond will come down. Now, if a person takes a risk and if he buys this bond for 50 rupees, for him, the bond yield is how much? Higher, no? For him, the percentage of profit will be higher, isn't it? How much bond will be? 20%. So, it's all about risk, right? So, prices are low, bond yield is high. Prices are high, bond yield is less, right? Now, during inflation, what happens? During inflation, price of bond is more. Yes, see, usually what happens, 2020, 2023. I have purchased a bond in 2020, right? So, now this bond was 100 rupees and it was giving me 10% as interest. But in 2023, let's say there is more inflation. During inflation, interest rates will be higher, no? So, in 2023, when a issuer issues bonds, he has to give more interest rate, isn't it? So, 23, there is a new bond issued which has 15% interest rate. So, obviously, what people want to do is they will want to invest in this because interest rate is higher. So, what they do is they demand this bond more and more. So, bond price increases and bond yield decreases. Getting my point? So, during depreciation, if the currency depreciates, what happens? If currency depreciates, if Indian currency depreciates, that means Indian assets will become cheaper, no? Yes or no? So, see, one bond was 80 rupees. To buy this one bond, how much that the American has to pay? $1. If the exchange rate becomes 40, now he can buy 2 bonds in that money, isn't it? So, bonds becomes cheaper. When currency depreciates, there will be more demand for our bonds. Right? When there is more demand, the price of that bond increases, bond yield reduces. Simple, no? Right? So, when FII is withdrawn from India, for some reason, let's say FII is withdrawn from India, right? That is, foreigners are selling their bonds and taking their money out of India. So, what happens to bond yield? There is more supply of bond. Price of that bond decreases, bond yield increases. So, you have to connect it with whatever the example they give. So, this is about bonds. Okay. Now, there is something called mutual funds, the angel investor or venture capitalist, which are easy, right? They are directly in the books. Right. And there are new types of bonds, right? There is vanilla bond, there is masala bonds, right? These are mainly current affairs. But the basic is this, right? Bonds can be issued in foreign currency or in Indian currency. If a bond is issued in US dollars, that means that bond has to be purchased using that currency only. If bond is issued in Indian currency, then it has to be purchased using Indian currency. Masala bonds are issued in Indian currency. If anybody wants to buy masala bonds, they have to buy it using Indian rupee, right? So, recently China issued panda bonds, right? Panda bonds, China issued panda bonds, right? Where foreign companies can buy these panda bonds using yuan. This is yuan denominated bonds, right? So, any other specific questions about this money market and capital market? Right. And SEBI is the one who regulates capital market activities, right? And the chief of SEBI, SEBI was established in 1988, Sorry, 19? It was established in 1988 and given the statutory status in 1992. Gone, no marks. Right. Statutory status was given in 1992, established in 1988. Right. So, the SEBI Act was passed and statutory status was given in 1992. Right. Now, the chief of SEBI is MP Buck. First women, right? Madhubani Puri Buck. Madhabi Puri Buck, MP Buck. Right. She is the first woman to head SEBI. Right. So, this is mota-moti about the capital market and money market. Is there any specific questions or doubts regarding this? No. Okay. Should I continue or do you need break? After this, we'll try to cover IMF, right? So, because WTO and IMF, right? Because WTO is also important from this year's exam point of view because of the 12th convention of WTO which happened in Geneva in June, right? So, what was the important step taken in that? The fisheries subsidies. Don't remember? Right? So, we'll cover that. We'll take a break for 5 minutes. So the types of, see, Ostro and Nostro bonds are who can hold it, who can buy it, who can sell it, who can purchase it, depending on the types of bonds. The intention of making international trade free and fair. Right? So, how do we make it free and fair? By reducing barriers to international trade. There are many barriers to international trade. What are the barriers? There are the barriers for international trade. There are tariff barriers and there are non-tariff barriers. What do you mean by tariff barriers? Any taxes imposed to control export and import is called as tariff barriers, and non-tariff barriers are non-tax barriers. Right? For example, see, export duty, customs duty, etc. When you impose taxes on export and import, obviously export and import reduces, isn't it? If you increase the customs duty, obviously it becomes costlier to buy foreign goods. So, international trade reduces. See, there is America and India is, Americans are buying Indian goods, right? Let's say Indian mangoes. If America puts customs duty on Indian mangoes, it will become costlier for Americans. So, this international trade will be hurt. So, this is tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers means non-tax barriers. Barriers means obstacles, isn't it? Like fixing quotas, that is physical quantity, fixing physical quantity that you can buy or purchase only this amount of this thing, right? Goods or services. Or there are other non-tariff barriers such as, right, using environmental pollution as a reason not to export and import, right? And using, there is something called sanitary and phytosanitary measures. That means saying that, goods of other countries are not clean enough, right? This is, see, if it is done, with correct intention, then it's okay. But sometimes what happens is, these European countries, to reduce agricultural trade between lesser developed countries and European countries, they do use this sanitary and phytosanitary measures unnecessarily, saying that, we will not buy goods from India because those goods are not clean. So, these are non-tariff barriers. GATT was established to reduce these barriers and make international trade free and fair, right? 23 countries signed the agreement in 1948, right? And GATT was started, and India was a founding member of GATT, right? However, okay, under GATT, 8 rounds of trade negotiations happened, right? The first round of negotiation was Geneva Havana round, right? So, the 8th round was, 6th round, 8th round was Uruguayan round, right? If you remember, these two, first round was Havana round and 8th round was, Uruguayan round. See, Uruguayan round of discussion started in 86 and went on till 94. Why did these negotiations go so long? Because in GATT, certain aspects were not covered. Certain aspects of international trade were not covered. That is, international trade in agricultural goods was not covered. Right. International trade in services was not covered. Right. Now, developing countries and poorer countries wanted these two aspects to be covered. Right. Because, smaller countries have benefits in agricultural trade. Can I say that? Right. Countries like India has benefits in service trade between countries. Right. So, we wanted this to be covered. And as a reaction to that, developed countries wanted issues related to FDI or foreign investment covered under GATT, which was not covered before. Right. They wanted issues of intellectual property rights, IPRs, I will talk about that, was covered. They wanted this to be covered. Initially, these items were not covered. Right. As a negotiation which happened in Uruguayan round, right, in 1994, agreement was signed called Marrakesh Agreement. And as a result, Marrakesh is the capital of Morocco. Right. As a, as a result of that, in 1995, WTO or World Trade Organization took birth. Right. WTO is the successor of GATT. Right. Now, all the things which were not included in GATT were included in WTO. WTO deals with international trade in manufactured goods. Right. Non-agricultural manufactured goods, NAMA. It includes issues related to international trade in agricultural goods, international trade of services, issues related to foreign investment, issues related to intellectual property rights. All of this is covered under WTO. Right. So, and India as a founding member of GATT became a member of WTO in 1995 itself. Right. Now, so, see, another difference between GATT and WTO is GATT was just an agreement, whereas WTO is an organization. It has a structure, organizational body. Right. Now, what is the structure of WTO? See, the highest decision-making body of WTO is the Ministerial Conference. Right. Normally, Ministerial Conference meets 2 years once, and all the members of WTO are members of Ministerial Conference. Right. They take the important decisions, major decisions. They are the major decision-making body. Right. As of today, WTO has 164 member countries. Right. And Afghanistan was the latest to become a member of WTO. Right. Now, all of these members are part of Ministerial Conference. See, they might ask a question, which of the following are members of WTO? We can't remember all the 164 again. Right. So, we have to see which are not the members of WTO. Right. Of course, North Korea will not be a member of WTO. Iran is not a member of WTO. Sudan is not a member of WTO. Right. Turkmenistan is not a member of WTO. Algeria, Belarus and Serbia are all not members of WTO. So, if you remember any 2 or 3, you will be able to eliminate it. Right. So, now is Pakistan a member of WTO? Yes. Right. So, now, after the Ministerial Conference, next we have General Council. Right. General Council implements the decision taken by the Ministerial Conference. It is the implementing body. Right. So, yeah. Now, General Council also acts as trade policy review body and trade dispute settlement body. See, GATT did not have a dispute settlement body, whereas WTO has a dispute settlement body. Right, because when there is an organization of 164 countries, obviously there will be disputes between the countries with related to trade, isn't it? So, somebody needs to settle that, and General Council acts as that. Right. And other than that, we have the Director General. Director General looks after the day-to-day administration. Right. And the current WTO Director General is Ngozio Okonjo-Iweala. Right. She is a lady from Nigeria. And the tenure of WTO Director General DG is 4 years. And see, WTO is not associated with, so it's not a sister concern of United Nations. WTO and UN are separate, right? And in WTO, one country has one vote, right? This is important because in IMF and World Bank, the voting rights of the country is dependent on how much financial contribution they do. Higher the financial contribution, more voting powers. But in here, it is equal. 1 is equal to 1, right? So, now, yes, the General Council acts as dispute settlement body, right? See, whenever there is a dispute between two countries, right, 60 days of time will be given for them to settle it among themselves, right? If that is not settled, then dispute settlement body will sit, they will hear the issues. And if they come to the conclusion that one country is doing wrong, then they will ask that country to correct itself, right? If that country doesn't correct itself, then that dispute settlement body do not have executive power, right? They cannot force that country to correct itself, right? But that the dispute settlement body can ask another country to take retaliatory measures, that you also do something to them, right? So that is about dispute settlement body, right? Now, WTO works on 3 important principles, that is national treatment. See, what do you mean by national treatment? With regarding to various rights and privileges, all the companies within a country should be treated same, right? That means if there is an American company in India and there is an Indian company in India, there should not be 2 separate rules for them, right? Everybody who are working in a country should be given national treatment. Getting my point? With regarding to the rights and privileges, the same rights which Indian companies enjoy should be given to foreign companies, and that's the case for America also, right? So national treatment should be given, right? With regarding to this thing, partiality should not be done, discrimination should not be done. With regarding to government policies, there cannot be 2 policies for foreign company and Indian company. And with regarding to internal trade, right? If GST is imposed on Indian foreign companies, that GST should be imposed on Indian companies also. Corporate tax, there should not be difference between, right, these 2, right? Now, national treatment is one of the important principles of WTO. Another is most favored nation. Have you heard about this? Right? What do you mean by most favored nation? See, all the countries should treat other WTO members as their most favored countries. That means, see, if you are giving benefit to one country, that benefit should be extended to all the other countries. If you are putting any imposition on another country, that imposition should be on all the other countries. So, most favored nation does not mean favoring one country at the cost of others. Most favored nation means treating everybody same, right? For example, see in the class, who is the most favored student? It cannot be one person, everybody should be, isn't it? So, that is what most favored nation status means. And see, now, why is this in news? Because India gave most favored nation to Pakistan in 1995 itself. But Pakistan has never given most favored nation status to India, right? And India withdrew the most favored nation status given to Pakistan after the Pulwama attack. Are you aware of this? Right? But if India withdraws it and Pakistan did not give it to India, is it not violation of WTO? No, it is not, because there was exemption given to India and Pakistan. WTO said, first you correct your problems, then you can give most favored nation to. So there is an exemption given to India and Pakistan. But India said, acha theek hai, you keep, we will give you most favored nation status. We had given it, but they had not given, but we withdrew it, right? So certain exemptions are there for most favored nation status also, right? Now, there are certain other exemptions for most favored nations. Like, there will be trade blocks. Have you heard about trade blocks? Preferential trade agreement, free trade agreement, customs union, economic union, right? Some countries will have an agreement within themselves and they will trade with themselves in a better, in a different way. They will give importance to each other. So these trade blocks are not considered as violation of most favored nation, because this trade blocks is nothing but a step towards globalization, which is the aim of WTO. Right? I have given the details about this. Everybody knows what free trade agreement means. See, free trade agreement is important because India has signed free trade agreement with Australia. India has signed recently free trade agreement with UAE. Right? India is discussing free trade agreement with European Union. We have not signed it yet. Right? What do you mean by free trade agreement? That the countries decide that all the taxes will be completely reduced and eliminated, so that trade between these two countries will be more, isn't it? So now this is an exemption for the status of most favored nation. And there is another exemption called generalized system of preferences. Again, it was in news. Right? In generalized system of preferences, see, rich countries, that is developed countries, can import goods from developing countries and poor countries at zero import duties or at less import duties. Right? See, for example, if America is importing goods from Nepal, let's say mango, America can put zero customs duty on Nepal, but this benefit may not be given to other developed countries. So, from let's say France, if they are importing mango from France, they can impose import duty of 10%. But otherwise, it is against most favored nation, isn't it? But this is an exemption, so that it is a benefit given to the less developed countries, so that their trade increases. Right? This can be given most favored nation. The generalized system of preferences. This can be used by developed countries only with regarding to developing and poor countries. Actually, India was benefiting a lot with regarding to trade between USA and India, because India was getting a lot of generalized system of preferences, right? But Donald Trump stopped this, right? Saying that why are we giving it to India, right? India is not a poor country. So because of that, a lot of trade loss happened to India. That's why it was in news, right? Now, yes. So the third treatment, the third principle is special and differential treatment. First one is the national treatment, second is most favored nation, and third is special and differential treatment. Special and differential treatment means, right, see, developed countries and developing and poor countries will be treated little bit separately. Some extra benefits will be given to developing and less developed countries. For example, if there is an agreement, if developed countries have to implement that agreement today, then a little bit more time will be given to developing and poor countries. That is called as special and differential treatment. So these are the three principles of WTO. Okay. Now, so see, ministerial conferences. See, under WTO there have been 12 ministerial conferences. Okay. So the 12th one was the recent one. Let us discuss some of the important ones. The first ministerial conference happened in 1996 in Singapore, right? So that was the first one, right? I have given the details about this, right? And the fourth ministerial conference that happened in Doha in 2001 is very important. This is called as Doha Development Round, right? See, what happened is, once WTO was established, there was a lot of friction between the developing countries and the developed countries. Developing countries and poor countries started thinking that, the rich countries led by America, they are trying to do everything which is beneficial for them at the cost of other countries. So many developing countries were thinking of going out of WTO, right? So in order to just calm them down, the Doha Development Round was named as, in Doha Development Round, the concerns of less developed countries and developing countries were taken into account, right? And it was in Doha Development Round the concept of special and differential treatment was brought into existence, right? That means, they said, okay, we will give you special treatment to developing and less developed countries, right? And also, the concept of special agricultural products right, was brought in Doha Development Round. What do you mean by special agricultural products? See, special agricultural products are agricultural products which are very essential for a country, developing country, right? And in that products, the developing country does not need to reduce customs duties. In others, they have to reduce customs duties, but in special agricultural products, they don't have to reduce, customs duty, right? So, now, yes. Next is Cancun. Cancun is okay. Geneva. Yes. And the 9th Ministerial Conference, Bali. Very, very important from India's point of view. So, in 2013, the 9th Ministerial Conference happened in Bali, Indonesia. And in this, Indian government was capable of making other countries sign a peace clause. I'll talk about that a little bit later on. Peace clause which is beneficial to Indian farmers. Right. So, that is 9th Ministerial Conference. And the 12th Ministerial Conference was supposed to be happening in Kazakhstan in 2019, but because of Corona, it was postponed for a couple of years, and then finally it happened in 2022 in Geneva in June, right? And in the 12th Ministerial Conference, agreement on fishing subsidies was signed, right? So these are some of the conferences of it. Now, some of the important agreements of WTO is agreement on agriculture, right? This is a very important agreement, right? To make international trade in agricultural goods free and fair, this agreement was signed, right? So see, this agreement tries to ensure that the domestic support given by the governments should not hinder international trade in agriculture. What happens is, if a government gives too much of subsidy to its farmers, obviously the price of the goods serviced in that country, price of the agricultural goods produced in that country becomes very cheap, isn't it? So other countries cannot compete with them. It's unfair. See, a couple of years back, China gave a subsidy of $1.5 billion to produce rice worth of $1 billion. So they gave more subsidy than the worth of the product. So to ensure that this domestic support etc. do not hinder this international trade, agreement on agriculture was signed, right? And this, in agreement on agriculture, there are 3 boxes. That is, subsidies are classified into 3 boxes. That is green box, blue box, and amber box, right? So green box and blue box subsidies are those which are considered as not negatively impacting international trade, right? And hence there is no limit on how much subsidies can be given as green box subsidies or blue box subsidies. Governments can give any amount of it. See, what do you mean by green box subsidies? See, green box subsidies are those subsidies which are not directly connected to the output or production. Green box subsidies are indirect subsidies. They are not directly given to the producer for producing goods and services. They are not linked to production. They are not production linked subsidies, right? So any subsidy which is production linked cannot be considered as green box subsidy, right? Price support given to the producers, like PM Kisan, that is a green box subsidy, because PM Kisan is not directly connected with production, isn't it? You produce or not, still you can get the money, right? So anything which is not connected with production is called as green box subsidy, and there is no limit. Examples of green box subsidy is, right, agricultural money given to agricultural research and development, right? So subsidies given on this thing, what, for transportation, communication, right? Money spent on building godowns, cold storages, etc. Right? They are not directly production linked. Can I say that? Right? They are green box subsidies and there is no limit. Right? Blue box subsidies again there are no limit. See, blue box subsidies are production limiting subsidies. What do you mean by production limiting subsidies? See, sometimes some countries ask the farmers not to produce anything, keep the land fallow, because when you keep on growing goods and services, it can be environmentally harming. So But if you ask the farmers to not produce something, what will they do? So subsidies will be given to reduce, this thing, what? Production. So this is also considered as not negatively impacting international trade, and hence there is no limit given. Any amount of this thing can be given. But amber box subsidies are directly production linked subsidies, right? No, the subsidies are given on the basis of production, and that subsidies has impact on production, right? So for example, providing this thing, I'll come to that. Now, because of that, there is a limit fixed on that. There is something called de minimis level. De minimis level, that is, right, under amber box, developed countries can give 5% as amber box subsidies, 5% of the total value of production. Whereas developing countries can give 10% of total value of production as amber box subsidies, right? So MSP is an example of amber box subsidy, because MSP is directly related to production, no? Right? So with regard this kind of this thing, fertilizer subsidy, directly related to production, no? Right? Electricity subsidy to the farmers, directly related to production, no? Right? So production linked subsidies can come under amber box subsidies, right? And there is a limit on amber box subsidies. Now, see, what happened is, when Indian government in 2013 started National Food Security Mission, and Indian government started giving more and more MSPs, right? Many countries dragged India to WTO dispute settlement body, saying that, they are violating the de minimis level. But India did not budge. In 2009, that is in, 9th Ministerial Conference, that is in 2013, India said, no, this subsidy is given for the sake of our own poor people and farmers. We will not reduce it. Right? We did not budge. And because of that, in 2013 Bali summit, a peace clause was signed, saying that, nobody can drag India to the dispute settlement body until and unless a final decision is made out of that. Right? So, a compromise has been made. Right? That was in Bali summit. Right? Now, that is about agreement on agriculture. Next is TRIPS, Trade Related Intellectual Property Rights Agreement. Important. What do you mean by intellectual properties? What do you mean by intellectual property? Property created due to your intellect. It's a, work of your brain. Right? See, there are different type of properties. There is physical property, there is financial property, and physical property and financial property are protected, isn't it? Physical property are protected through registration. Financial properties are protected through registration and other things. But properties created due to your brain, right? A work of your brain. They also have to be protected, isn't it? Let's say you have a song that you have written. What if I steal it? Isn't it? Because a song cannot be either considered as a physical asset or a financial asset. But it is an asset. Right? So there is a need to protect intellectual properties. And the rights which protect intellectual properties are called as intellectual property rights. Right? So examples of intellectual property rights are patent. Patents are given to any new, non-obvious, useful inventions, right? So, if I invent anything useful, non-obvious, right, then patent will be given. When patent is given, I will have exclusive right on that. Nobody else can use it. Getting my point? See, in India, patent is given for 20 years, right? So, if I invent a vaccine, right, and if I get it patented, then only I can allow the use of it. If somebody wants to produce it, they have to take permission from me. Right? Whatever the exclusive monetary benefits, I should get that. Getting my point? The new non-obvious inventions, patent is given. Right? And then there is copyrights. Copyright is given to creative and artistic works. Right? So, creative and artistic works such as, music, composition, stories, right, songs, lyrics, right, painting, right. For this, Copyright. See, you have to take copyright. If you have not taken copyright, then I can use it. Right. Now, this copyright in India is given for a lifetime and then plus 60 years. Lifetime and 60 years. Right. So, again, the complete rights are with that person. Right. Copyrights. And then what else? Then trademark. Trademark is also called as logo. That is a distinct design which protects the products of a particular company. Can I say that? Right. And others cannot copy it. If you see Mercedes symbol, you know that's a good quality car. Right. Now Maruti cannot use it. Right. So that is trademark. Then we have industrial design. Industrial design protects the shape, form and appearance of a product. Right. See, now Apple has a form as a shape, isn't it? Why not all the companies do the same kind of shape? Because Lamborghini has a good shape. Why not all the cars copy that? Because it is not allowed. It is protected. Otherwise, every company would have made car like that only. Right. So, industrial design protects that. And then we have geographical indication. Right. What do you mean by geographical indication? Right. See, certain goods and services, they owe their fame and quality to the region where they belong to. Right. For example, Coorg coffee or Nagpur orange. So, we have to protect the quality of that, because otherwise somebody will grow orange in some other area and say it is a Nagpur orange. Right. So, geographical indication is given to those goods and services which owe their origin and fame to particular area. Right. So, in India, geographical indication is given to both goods as well as services, manufactured goods as well as agricultural goods. Right. Right. And Karnataka has the highest goods under GI, around 44 goods. Right. So, followed by Tamil Nadu. Right. So, actually the top 4-5 are all the South Indian states. Right. It is Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. Right. Right. Like that. So, there are many goods and services. The first good to get geographical indication tag in India is the Darjeeling tea. Right. So, GI is not given to any one individual. It is given to a group of people or an organization which represents that area. Right. So, and GI can be given even to foreign goods also. Right. So, it is given to Cuban cigar, it is given to Mexican tequila, etc. So, they owe their origin and fame to that place. So, that is, and TRIPS, trade related intellectual property rights, tries to protect this rights. So, WTO says that every country should take measures to protect the intellectual property. TRIPS agreement, AOA was signed in 1995. TRIPS agreement was also signed in 1995. Right. When the TRIPS agreement was signed, the developed countries had implemented it in 1995 itself, but developing countries were given 10 years to implement it, and India adopted it in 2005. But according to TRIPS agreement, there are certain things that you have to see here. According to TRIPS agreement, see, patent, there are two types of patents. That is product patent and process patent. Right. What do you mean by product patent? If you get product patent on anything, nobody else can produce that product. Right. Process patent means, if you get process patent, other people can produce that product but cannot copy the same process as you do. They can use reverse engineering or some other processes and produce it. Right. Now, TRIPS agreement had a point that once TRIPS agreement is signed, then food items, pharmaceuticals, drugs and pharmaceuticals and chemicals, for this only product patent should be given. Process patent should not be given. This was dangerous for India. Why? Because, see, this is in news. Why am I saying this is, India is called as pharmacy of the world. Do you know, during Corona, India used to produce vaccines. India is the biggest vaccine producer in the world. Serum is the biggest vaccine manufacturer in the world. Right. So, now how did that happen? See, India had a Patent Act in the 1970s. See, before 1970, what was happening is, these multinational companies, pharmaceutical multinational companies, they used to produce drugs and they used to get product patent. And they used to charge too much on medicines. Right? Because when you get product patent, others can't produce it. Nah? Right? Now, this was actually hurting people, not only in India, all across the world too much. Right? See, they were charging $1,000 per one AIDS and cancer medicine, because nobody else were there. So Indian government realized that in the 1970s the Patent Act was passed in India, and India started giving process patent to drugs. Now that means other companies were allowed to produce that drug by reverse engineering or using other processes. And Indian drug companies, right, the indigenous drug companies, right, they started producing the same medicine of the same quality at way lesser cost. Right, Indian medicine companies like Ranbaxy, Cipla, right. See, whatever the medicine that they were selling it, MNCs were selling it for $1,000, Indian companies used to sell it for $70-80. So more than 80% of the world's population were dependent on Indian pharmaceutical companies, right. So that's why India is called as a pharmacy of the world. But the problem is, we had to adopt TRIPS in 2005, right? Now, once we adopt this, then we have to give only product patent to medicine also. Then there was this fear. What will happen to the health, public health? It will make medicines too costly. Right? So, in 2005, when in order to adopt TRIPS agreement, Indian government passed the Patent Amendment Act of 2005. Patent Amendment Act of 2005, and we started giving product patent to food, medicine and chemicals, right. But India added certain these things, right, safeguards. That is, India said product patent will be given only to new drugs. Existing drugs will not come under product patent, right. Any new drugs will be given product patent. And also Section 3 Clause D of Patent Act, Amendment Act said, evergreening will not be allowed. What do you mean by evergreening? Any incremental small changes in the existing drug will not be considered as a new drug. There has to be substantial change. Because otherwise what these multinational companies do, no? So they have Vicks. They will add some small changes and they will name it as Pix and get product patent. So that is called as evergreening. So they said evergreening, Indian government said evergreening will not be allowed, right. When there is substantial therapeutical difference, then only no, right. So this happened in, there was a court case also, a company, Switzerland company called Novartis, right. They had this tuberculosis drug, right. They made a small change in it and named it as Gleevec and wanted to get product patent. But it was not allowed. They went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court rejected it, saying, there is an incremental change only. Incremental changes will not be allowed. So, evergreening will not be allowed. Right. So, thereby, we have tried to protect our people also. So, only new drugs. But corona vaccine will come under product patent. Right. So, anybody else to manufacture that, they have to take the permission of the patent holder. Getting my point? Right. So, this is about product patent, process patent and the, see, TRIPS is in news because during corona period time, right, there were Indian government put this, started saying that TRIPS agreement should be suspended for the time being. Have you heard about this? Because multinational companies were not actually distributing the COVID vaccines, and because of TRIPS agreement, other companies were not allowed to produce it. Right? They were actually monopolizing it. So, India and many developing countries said that TRIPS agreement should be suspended for now because it's an issue of public health. But that was not accepted, but that was a very good thing to put out. Right? So, this is about TRIPS agreement. Right? And in the 12th ministerial conference, yes, 12th ministerial conference, agreement on fishery subsidies was signed in 2022. Under this, any subsidies given to IUU fishing has to be stopped. Illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing has to be, subsidies given to that has to be stopped. Right. So this decision has been taken. Right. So now see, India was not very happy with this IUU subsidies because lot of farmers are dependent on fisheries. Right. IUU, yes. Unregulated. Right. So yes. So see, this IUU fishing subsidies has to be implemented by the developed countries from 2022 itself, but developing countries have a time of 2 years to implement it under special and differential treatment. Right. So now subsidies cannot be given to IUU fishing even within the territorial seas of the country and even outside international seas. Right. Subsidies for only for regulated and this thing, right, regulated fishing subsidies can be given. But the problem is in India, fishing is not regulated. There are a lot of fishermen in the unrecognized sector, right, informal sector. So this is going to hurt developing and less developed countries. So India has opposed it, but we have signed the agreement. Right. What India says is that, it is the rich countries which have used bigger fishing vessels to deplete the fisheries, not the small farmers. Right. However, see, this is important from your exam's point of view. Right. From this exam, because of this, fisheries becomes important from either geography or economics point of view. You have to see what are the fishery states, right? How much India produces fish, etc. Right. I have given that in the material also. Right. So that is about IMF. Okay. So next is we have Bretton Woods Conference, that is World Trade Organization, IMF and World Bank. Right. So it's already 5:30. Should I continue? Okay. So now see, IMF and World Bank, right, they were established in 1944, right, because of a conference held in San Francisco, a place called Bretton Woods near San Francisco, and that is why these two organizations are called as Bretton Woods twins, right, and both of them are headquartered in Washington, and hence they are called as Washington Consensus, right. So first let us quickly deal with IMF, right, International Monetary Fund, right. IMF, established in 1944, has 190 member countries. The recent country to join IMF is Andorra in 2020. Right. Now, see, India is a founding member of IMF. See, to become a member of IBRD, that is World Bank, you have to be a member of IMF first. That is a precondition. Right. Now, what does IMF does? IMF specifically tries to help countries which are facing balance of payment crisis. You know what balance of payment crisis, right? Right. So it helps countries which are facing external sector trouble. Right. So that is the main function or aim of IMF. Right. So IMF is governed, the biggest decision making body of IMF is Board of Governors, where all the member countries are represented and they meet once a year. Right. And an executive board is the implementational body, and then there is a managing director, right, who looks after the day-to-day administration. Right. The current managing director is Kristalina Georgieva of Bulgaria. Right. So now the thing is, this managing director has a tenure of 5 years, and till today only a European person has become the member of, has become the managing director of IMF. Nobody else. See, that is the thing. World Bank has always, the president of World Bank has always been an American, right? And IMF has always been headed by a European. So, now in IMF, to become a member of IMF, there is something called as quota subscription. That means countries have to contribute a certain portion of money depending on their economic strength, right? So, on the basis of their quota, certain things will be decided. See, quota is decided on their GDP or their economic strength. Okay. Now, quota decides, right, how much voting rights that country has and how much money they can borrow. Higher the quota, larger voting rights and larger they can borrow. Right. Is it fair? Right. It's not actually fair. Right. Now, India is the 7th largest quota holder of IMF. See, this is a matter of great pride, immense pride, because in 1991, our economy was so bad that we had to borrow money from IMF. Right. India sold more than 200 tons of gold to IMF to get money. Right. But today, we are the 7th largest quota holder. Right. So, here is this thing. So, see, highest quota holder is USA, around 16%, right, followed by Japan, 6%, followed by China, right, so Germany, France, UK, right, see, these two countries have the same quota, right, 4.07 and 4.07, France and UK, then Italy, and then India, 7th largest. Right. India has a quota of around 2.66%. Right. So, this decides the voting rights and the borrowing percentage. Right. While doing foreign exchange reserves, I said there are 4 components of foreign exchange reserves. What are they? Foreign currencies, gold, SDR and reserve tranche. Right. Now, what do you mean by SDR? Special drawing rights. See, special drawing right is an artificial currency created by IMF. This was created in 1969. So, countries can keep this SDR as the part of their foreign exchange reserves. And see, the value of these SDRs are decided on a basket of 5 international currency. Right? The 5 currencies are dollars, Japanese yen, euro, pound sterling and Chinese renminbi. Chinese renminbi was the recent one added to this basket. And see, countries can use SDR and exchange SDR for any of these currencies. Getting my point? Right. See, it's an artificial currency unit because it cannot be used for any other purposes. It can be kept as a part of your foreign exchange reserves and one SDR can be used to exchange it with other currencies depending on the value in that day. And the value of SDR is decided on a daily basis. Right. So, that is about SDR. I have given detailed information here. Right. So, yes, 25% of a country's quota, right, is given as SDR to that country. Right. So, which we keep, and when we need foreign currencies, we can use it to exchange it with other countries. We will say, okay, we will give you SDR, you give us this currency. Getting my point? Right. Then reserve tranche. Reserve tranche or reserve position. Again, this is an option given by IMF. 25% of the country's quota is given as reserve tranche. Right. That means, see, a country can borrow 25% of a currency from the IMF, right, as reserve tranche. They have to but give it back in the same currency, right. So, that is called as reserve tranche. Yes. Now, whenever a country is facing any balance of payment crisis, alright, IMF helps that member country using certain facilities. There was this question last year, right. Now, one of the facilities is poverty reduction and growth facility. Right. this poverty reduction and growth facility is given by IMF to poorest of poor countries members, right? And no interest rate is charged. Low income group countries are given that, right? Then there is exogenous shock facility. Again, under exogenous shock facility, low, interest free loans are given to poor countries which are having problem because of external shocks. See, if America does something, some small country will be impacted by that. No, there's an exogenous shock. To recover that, it will be given. Right. Now, rapid credit facility, last year's question, isn't it? Rapid credit facility, right, gives loans to any country which is facing severe balance of payment crisis. Right. Concessional loans. Concessional means less interest rates. Right. Loans will be given. But in rapid credit facility, IMF usually do not put any conditions. Usually to pay money, right, IMF puts conditions, right, that you have to do this, you have to do that, etc. But in rapid credit facility, usually, right, conditions are not put, right, and concessional rates are given, right. And then we have standby arrangements. Standby arrangement and extended fund facility. These two are the facilities used by IMF to provide money to the richer countries. Right. Here interest, market rate interest will be charged. The other ones are either interest free or concessional interest. Right. Here in standby arrangements and extended fund facility, right, market rate interest is charged and it comes with conditions. Right. Conditionalities of the IMF. What kind of conditions I have mentioned? Right. Usually they say you should do this, you should do that, etc. In 1991, India borrowed using extended fund facility and standby arrangements. Right. And that's why conditions were put by IMF. One of the condition was to undertake reforms, that is LPG reforms in our country. Right. So, yes, I have even given information about IMF and India, what happened, the previous these things and all. Right. So, that is about IMF thing. And now, prelim specific information, that is the publications of IMF. Right. The following are the publications, are the things published by IMF. Right. IMF publishes World Economic Outlook every 6 months once or twice a year. Right. Now, Global Financial Stability Report is published by IMF twice a year. Fiscal Monitor twice a year, and External Sector Report yearly. Right. See guys, they have asked question about World Economic Outlook. Right. So the chances are they might ask question on the remaining ones. Right. So they will ask question, how often do they publish it? Right. Biannually, annually. Right. So next is another thing, World Bank. Right. Now see, again World Bank was established, headquartered, after the San Francisco Bretton Woods Conference, right, and headquartered in Washington, right. So now see, there is a difference. There is a concept called World Bank Group. Sometimes we say World Bank and then we say World Bank Group. See, World Bank Group is a group of 5 organizations. That is IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IDA, International Development Association, IFA, International Finance Corporation, MIGA, the Multilateral Guarantee Agency, Investment Guarantee Agency, and the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. These 5 put together becomes World Bank Group, right? Now, American David R. Malpass is the president of World Bank Group, right? So, now, see, let us talk about IBRD. See, to become a member of IBRD, a country has to be a member of IMF, right? So, IBRD has 190 countries, right? But not all the countries are the members of all the 5, right? So, most of them are the members of IBRD, but some of the countries are not members of other organizations, okay? I'll tell about that, right? Now, see, IBRD was established in 1944. The initial aim of IBRD was to reconstruct countries which were destroyed by the Second World War, right? But later on, right, the ambit of IBRD was extended. Right, now IBRD provides assistance to countries with regarding to socio-political economical development, right? So it provides assistance to government with regarding to poverty alleviation, malnourishment, environmental pollution controlling, right? Education, etc. Right? So now, see, World Bank provides loans or assistance. World Bank provides grants. It provides loans also. The loans can be sometimes concessional or sometimes non-concessional loans also, right? Depending on the country and all, right? Then we have IDA, International Development Association, right? IDA was established in 1960. Right? See, IDA gives importance to the poorest of poor countries, right? IDA provides long-term interest-free loans to 80 poorest of countries, right? So India is, India can borrow either from IBRD or from IDA also, because poverty in India is quite high, isn't it? So now there are 173 member countries of IDA. That means all the members of IBRD are not the members of IDA. Now IBRD and IDA put together is called as World Bank. And when you add the remaining three, it is called as World Bank Group, right? So then we have International Finance Corporation. See, International Finance Corporation, they promote private investment in developing countries, right? Because for economic growth, private investment is also necessary, right? They promote, that private investment. They work for private sector development in developing countries and less developing countries. And one of the important thing here is India is the biggest beneficiary of the actions of IFC, right? So now multilateral investment guarantee agency. See, the multilateral investment guarantee agency provide insurance for private investment in developing countries. See, many investors do not want to invest in developing countries and less developed countries because they are scared, right? What if something wrong happens, right? So MIGA provides non-commercial and political risk insurance. That means MIGA says if there is any loss because of the political policies of the government, then we will give you the insurance. And non-commercial risk, that means if you invest wrongly, that is your problem. But there is any other, if you are suffering loss because of the, let's say, law and order issue or communal rights, that is a non-commercial issue, isn't it? So such kind of political and non-commercial risk insurance is given by MIGA, right? So yes, and I have given the number of members, etc. Right. Then there is International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, as the name says it, to settle any disputes between this. And India is not a member of ICSID. India is not a member of ICSID. India has not joined it, right? So these are these things. And yes, now even here also, right, on the basis of your financial contribution, right, your quota or your voting rights are fixed, right? Right. India as of now is the 7th largest shareholder in World Bank, right? Same, I have given the top 6, etc. Right. So that's about international financial institutions. Okay. So there's one thing that we have to cover, which I couldn't, is a little bit of banking sector, right? Especially, right, there is a concept called bank run. What do you mean by bank run? See, recently the Silicon Valley Bank of USA collapsed because of sudden bank run. Bank run means too many people starting withdrawing the deposits from their bank because they do not have trust in their bank. Usually banks will calculate that some percentage of people will withdraw the money, isn't it? But when suddenly that increases, if 80% of the people come today to withdraw the money from SBI, what will SBI do? Because they have invested money, no? They will not keep 80% of the money with themselves, isn't it? So that is called as bank run. When a lot of people start withdrawing the money because of lack of trust, that is called as bank run, right? And because these things are in news, right? Bank run, what do you mean by bank run? And have you heard about non-performing asset? Right. So non-performing asset, any money that is borrowed, if it is not paid back, right, for 90 days, it's called as non-performing assets, right? Now non-performing assets are of three types, that is substandard assets, loss assets, doubtful assets and loss assets, right? So the timing in all that, right? And then give importance about BEPS, base erosion and profit shifting, right? And the global minimum tax, which was in current affairs, and a little bit maybe about Basel norms. Heard about Basel norms? Right. If you have any doubt, you have my number, you can get in touch with me, because this is a marathon class and covering everything is absolutely impossible, right? And before ending this session, I would like to say that concept, right? Concept clarity, right? Current affairs later on. If you have not done current affairs also, out of 10 questions, 7 questions can be answered if you are sure of the concept. Okay. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.